Hello. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Sir. Hello. Hello.
Hello, sir.
Morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Sir, shall we start the class now? Hello. Hello, sir. Any university representatives? Morning. Shall we start the class now? Yes. Very good morning. Very good morning. Shall we start the class now? Yes. Give response. I welcome the Pondicherry University Director, DDE, and also student of this today's class. Today we are going to deal with historiography, concept and methods. That is the first paper for you. Before start this class, let me want to introduce myself, Dr. P. Vijayarangam, Assistant Professor and Head, Department of History, Kasturba College for Women, Villiyannur, Puducherry. Now, let's start with Unit 1, Nature and Concept of History. The nature and concept of history includes definitions and meaning of history, nature of historical knowledge, history and other allied sciences such as archaeology, geography, anthropology, sociology, and literature. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Okay, today's class starts with history. past events, the chronological order of events, or a particular event or institution. This is called history, according to the scholars or historians. When we take Aristotle, who was a Greek scholar or political scientist or a historian, he said that this is a systematic account of a set of natural phenomena. Some other historians, the history has roots in the Greek word historia, which means inquiry, knowledge, are acquired by investigation. So, the people concerned with the writing or recording, tabulating records about the event are called historians. Always the historians' duty or job is to collect the information regarding the written information, the record of events, after that, tabulating the records. That is the duty of the historians. Normally, the history can be classified or defined in the field as a field of research. Means narrative form to examine the events, narrative form to examine the events. Each event happened in the past or in the present, going to be in the future. Then establish a sequence of events. The event should be in order, chronological order. Then establish the causes and effect of the event or result of the event. Next, the studies the culture of the people, the region, and race is the part of the history. So, what are the sources of historical knowledge? What do you understand by historical knowledge? Historical knowledge again can be defined, separated into or classified in three categories. One is written, another one is oral, and physically preserved. So, written form in the sense most important marker to define or separate history from the event happened earlier. Then history thus true depiction of the past, not only the past. The modern approach to studying history is a systematic analysis of discourse. There are different concepts or terminologies related to the study of the history that was given in many research methods books written by the eminent scholars in history. Based on that, one is ancient history, Atlantic history, art history, chronology, comparative history, contemporary history, and cultural and digital history. Even we can extend up to the economic history, intellectual history, women's history, and social history, and etc. So, what is the correct definitions according to some writers, according to historians? I said earlier, history is derived from Greek word historia. It means inquiry, I said. It means a knowledge. It means a research. History is also taken from the German word Sazil, Sazisel, which means significant narration of the past events. In fact, development of history started with ancient Greek historians. You know very well about the ancient Greek historians. the true popular man, popularly called as Herodotus. Herodotus, popularly called as father of history, who wrote Greek, Greco-Persian wars. This contains main information, including those relating to the ancient Egypt and Persian relationships or the problem between the two. That was the first history which was written by Herodotus, the popular Greek man. Then again, it was developed by another Greek scholar or historian, a scientific historian popularly called as Thucydides. He was popularly called scientific his subject based on scientific lines. He wrote Peloponnesian Wars, basis of evidence, and showed the relationship between the causes, effect, and result. That is why he was popularly called as scientific historian. Again, H. Cobb, who wrote, he said something about history is an unending dialogue between the present and the past. According to H. Cobb, history is an unending dialogue between present and the past. Then H.C. Wells, another history writer, human history is in essence of the history of ideas. Another definition. When we talk about our former Prime Minister of India, the first Prime Minister of India, Jawaharlal Nehru, that history is the story of man's struggle. Then Dr. Radhakrishnan, the first president of second president of India, he was popular. He said, history is the memory of the nation or a race. This is the popular definition you should follow for your exam point of view as well as for your the future purpose. Then today, next topic in the connection, the nature of history. What do you understand by nature of history and its usefulness? The historians debate over the nature of history and usefulness, which includes discussing the study of providing perspective on the problem of the present. The historians write in the context of their own time, the due regard to the current dominant ideas. How to interpret the past, sometimes right to provide the lessons for their own society. All events that are remembered and preserved in some authentic form constitute the historical record. That now we are, this is what the nature of history. Sometimes it is classified as part of humanities, and other times the part of the social sciences. Traditionally speaking, the historians have recorded events of the past, either writing or by passing on oral tradition, attempting to answer the historical questions through the study of written document or oral documents or oral accounts. This is something about the nature of history. Sir, as a history student, you prefer to select this paper, this by BA history, in that the first paper is for you. You are the lucky student. You have the first paper is historiography, concept and methods. In that, Do you know what are the importance of history? Before going to study or complete your degree, you should know the importance of history. What are the reasons, the things to enable to appreciate the importance of institutions such as democratically elected parliament, and also the rule of law, trial by jury, and independent judiciary, and need to protect them. Why I'm saying this? Very important the things. As a citizen, as a student of history, or scholars of history, you should preserve the importance of history. Then history provides the frame with a frame of reference enables to recognize the dangers to our society, both from within or externally. That means from the beginning, not only today, from the beginning, when history starts, we are facing so many dangers to our society, not only to our society, to the institutions. That is why we should protect them within and externally. Then again, the basic importance of history is enough to do well because your knowledge of it is tested. Your knowledge of it's tested. In the classroom, can be in the event or in the historian meeting or in the debate or discussion. Debate or discussion. That is why we should always aware of the importance of history. Otherwise, so nature of historical knowledge or the nature of history. I said some before something about the historical knowledge. Now, it is history is often debate on the process of making history. When we start history, always there is a debate or criticism. There is argument. Nature of history is very complex and dynamic. Always the history, nature of history is always complex and dynamic. So, according to some persons, history repeats itself. History never repeats itself. So, the debate on the repetition of historical events is centered on the nature of the historical process. Aristotle defined an account of unchanging past is considered history is unchanging because human nature is unchanging. When the account of changing the past took place, ultimately the human nature is also will take place. Thus, we cannot take Aristotle very simple. Yes, he is always give authentic information regarding history. The next, the historical knowledge or nature of historical knowledge is cyclical and progressive nature of history. What is cyclical nature and progressive nature of history in the sense? Those who hold the cyclic view of history think that history moves in circle. There are starting event. There is a starting event. Maybe upward movement, peak stage, and download movement, and the stage of decline in historical process. I'll go over again. hence cyclic view in the sense to the organic view of birth, growth, maturity, and decline. When we talk about the progressive nature of birth, the progressive view of history is the outcome of Renaissance, which states that human race was continuously progressive. Human race is continuously progressive. Another, the universal and unique nature. In the past, the world was divided into a number of social, political, and cultural units. Not only the past, even today. The result of this industrial revolution which took place in England, it improved the means of communication and transport. The different countries of the world were brought closer to each other, and feeling of oneness growing among the people, different, different countries. This led to integrated and unified culture, economy. This is to achieve the universal nature. So if there is no industrial revolution in the world, we cannot find universal or unique nature of history. Then again, another hand, in another way, understanding all historical events are unique in its time and place. The duty of a historian find out the unique characteristics of the historical period and place of historical event different from place to place, from place time to time. So the knowledge of history or historical knowledge which includes universal and unique nature of history. So it is also this is also popularly called a scientific and humanistic nature of history. The scientific nature of history insisted that J.P. Paré, through his famous post, history is a science, no less, no more. Then argument is gained wide acceptance among the historians. The scientific age, John Celia asserted that history was a science, nothing to do with the literature. This according to Celia. History is a humanistic, a narrative of human history, record of human deeds and misdeeds, success and failure. Lord Acton, the popular historian, unfolding human freedom, unfolding human freedom. G.J. Renier defined the story of the experience of men living in civilized society. History also subjective nature, subjective nature. So this is what the historical knowledge, nature of history, according to your syllabus. Now, the next topic we are moving to is history and other disciplines. History and the other disciplines in the sense history with archaeology, history with geography, history with anthropology, history with sociology, history with literature. It may be relationship or comparative studies. That means you are the historian, you are the scholar. You should always give importance to history, then relate with other subjects. So, when we relate history and archaeology, the two, the age of social sciences. History is scholarly pursuit of the past, conducted with historians. In archaeology, when we talk about archaeology, it is a study that seeks uncover information about the past by observation, artifact, understanding the sequence of the past event, or authentic information about the past. History always includes authoritative information or authentative information, including the sequence of reasons of events. Sequence of events in the sense, the chronological, using chronology. Archaeology is always infer and may not always be accurate in scenarios. But history is accurate here. Archaeology is not accurate one. History cannot aid studying prehistoric societies due to lack of written records. But archaeology assists studying the prehistoric society. Why? Because there are records, no written records, always depend upon what we call the exhibition, artifact, what they found, the unearthed things. History does not necessitate outdoor physical activities such as surveying and excavations. But archaeology always depend upon surveying and excavations. The use of drones, computational and virtual archaeology. But you cannot use the same method in history. But history needs only original records, authenticated records. History does not rely on interdisciplinary research, but it is very essential for archaeology. Archaeology always depend upon interdisciplinary research involving fields like paleontology, chemistry, history, anthropology, geology, physics, linguistics, ethnology, and social. But history, the major divisions of the study of history include social history, the history of religion, cultural history, economic history, and military history. But here, there is a subdivision in the archaeology in the sense. Always depend upon the historical archaeology, experimental archaeology, ethnological archaeology, and archaeometry. This is what we can relate history with archaeology. History with archaeology. If you have any doubt, you can ask at the end of the class. Or before the end of the class. Now, what are the major difference between history and geography? That means you're the student of history from the beginning, from 6th to up to 10th maybe. You come across history and geography. You know many difference between history and geography. Anyway, we'll discuss now. The term history encountered here generally considered to be include geography. History always includes geography. This is a broader field encompassing all human experiences. Geography is somewhat narrow, and compared to history, geography is narrow, focusing on human interactions with the physical environment. Geography is a major constituent of world history, along with human and disciplines. such as political science, anthropology, sociology, economics, and arts and literature. What's the main relationship between history and geography? The relation between history and geography is very close. It represents two fundamental dimensions or two fundamental characters. The same phenomenon. History, the experience from the perspective of time. Geography, the experience from the perspective of space. The difference between two is time and space. So, anyway, according to historians or according to scholars or the student of history, has given history and geographies had some close relationships, but there is a major difference between two. Then what is the difference between history and sociology? History and sociology. History and sociology also closely interrelated subjects. Some writers like G. G. Below refused to accept sociology as a science. It is different from history. We cannot expect the same answer from historians or sociologists. So, like political science, sociology is one of the most the genuine roots of history or genuine allied subject of history or interdisciplinary of history. Historian concentrate only the past. He is not interested in the present and unwilling to look at the future. Historian always concentrated on past, but he never interested in the present and will unwilling to look the future. But history provides connecting the link between the present, future to him. History provides connecting the link for the present and future to him. It is said that history is the microscopic of the past, horoscopic of the present, and telescopic of the future. Sociology is a science of society. Okay. Sociology is a science of society. On the other hand, industry in the present tries to analyze the human interactions, human interrelations, and all other complexity and diversity. Sociology is relatively young social science. It has very short history of its own. Sociology concentrates on the historical development of societies, not the development of history. There are various stages of human life, the mode of living, customs, manners, their expression in the form of social institutions, the association, which is given in the sociology. History is the storehouse of records. This is a treasure of knowledge. It supplies material to various social sciences, including sociology. Yes, almost all the interdisciplinaries. It was divided from, it was separated from history. Then sociologists to make use of historical records and information of the past comes as a great help to the sociologist. The historians also depend upon the science of sociology. So there is some close relationship between the history and sociology according to the words of scholars and historians. But if we cannot deny that, we should always accept. Then some of the scholars also make some relationship between made some relationship between history and literature. Is there any the relation between history and literature? Anyway, history students always support only history. They never support literature. So the literature was developing throughout the past as a means of record. History is the foundation to create literature. Literature sometimes represents history. Without literature, there's no history. History always depends upon literature or some information or past. Then the relationship between is reciprocal. That history makes up both culture and history makes up literature. History makes up culture. Both history and culture and history makes up literature. Why history makes up culture? Because the group of people fall under the same category. Muslim, maybe Islamic, Germans, the English, and so on. The growth of culture. The group of people join together make the culture. The literature is basically a form of history where things evolve through culture such as stories. For example, the best example for this relation history and literature is a literature and history of English people. Now we are always depending on the English people depending on science-based literature to know about the history of English. So this is what the relation between the two history and the literature. Now, the another major subject that today it is very popular subject, anthropology. Then what is the difference between the two, anthropology and history? It is distinct disciplines are distinct in nature, closely related, and intersect the study of human societies. Studying human societies, we should always depend upon history and anthropology. We cannot separate history and anthropology into two. The study of both history and anthropology is for the study of human societies but from different perspectives. When the history is focused on the study of the past event of the people and societies through written records and sources available, anthropology is alike studies contemporary and past societies. That studies the anthropology is through holistic and comparative approach. This is primarily on written records. What kind of records? Every document, archive, archives, artifact, reconstruct past history. Anthropology method is different. It includes observations, interviews, and archaeology to study living into the living and the past cultures. It is always history focus on the periods and events, but anthropology broader and more comparative approach and studying various societies across different periods and different regions. And say again, we can. The history and anthropology can benefit from interdisciplinary approach. So history and anthropology are distinct of their own methods, own approach and methods. Share the common interest, understanding the human studies and culture. So, with this, I'm concluding the first unit, which covers the areas of the nature and concept of history. We have discussed about nature of historical knowledge, and as historical knowledge, you come across importance of history also. Then after that, historical, history, and other allied sciences as given in the syllabus. We made the difference between archaeology, geography, anthropology, sociology, and literature. Understood? If you have any doubt, you can ask now. These are the basic ones. Sometimes the examination, you are asked to write about define history. Define history. Define history means you have to write the meaning and definition, any two or three definitions of history. Then sometimes the question may be the relation between what is the nature of history. Any questions, please? You can other Thank you, sir. Thank you, student. Yes, I'm not getting any response from your side.
Thank you, sir. I understand this class.
Yeah. Okay, shall we wind up this class now? What about others? Okay, thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hello. 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 Is anyone to hear my audio? Hello. Hello.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Are you hearing my audio?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good morning to everyone. Shall we start the class?
Yes, sir.
Only one voice is I am hearing. How many of you? Please reply to me. How many of you? Hello. நான் யார் குரலும் எனக்கு கேட்கல. ரிப்ளை பண்ணுங்க. யாரும் வெயிட்டிங்ல இருக்கீங்க?
Hello, sir.
What is your name?
My name is Sharanagadi S. Pillai. Sharanagadi.
Okay. Thank you. Can we start the class?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Today our paper is Introduction to the Study of Archaeology. Are you hearing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Introduction to the Archaeology, the Unit 1. Unit 1, the name is Definition and the Scope of Archaeology, Terms and Concepts in Archaeology, Prehistory, Protohistory and History, Artifact, Site, Culture, Exploration, Excavation, Sources of Archaeology, Monuments, Inscription, Coins, the Dating Problem, Dates in Inscription. This is the first unit. So I'm going to handle on the classes. So first we look after definition and the scope. So what is definition? Archaeology. That is to mean archaeology to makes our world much more meaningful and resourceful. It deepens our understanding of humanity and the society. Archaeological monuments stand as a mute examples of the people who lived hundreds and thousands of years ago. The past is not dead, but it lives on with our customs. So with this background, I just enter into the definition. First of all, I put a question, what is archaeology? Archaeology used to mean nothing but the study of human behavior and the cultural changes happened in the past through material remains. Once again, I repeat, archaeology is the study of human behavior and the cultural changes happened in the past through material remains. The term archaeology is derived from Greek word. In Greek, archos, that means ancient, and logos, that means discussion, reason, or science. So with this explanation, archaeology is the study of human behavior and the cultural changes happen in the past through material remains. This is the simple definition. In short, we can say it is the study of ancient past through material remains. Archaeology is concerned with the identification and the interpretation of physical traces left by our ancestors. It is a discipline that studies in detail the complete life history of man. It studies cultures and their patterns of change in an attempt to delineate the causes and effects of the cultural process. To understand the cultural process, archaeologists study all physical traces encountered both in excavations and explorations as movable and immovable objects. Among the physical remains, artifacts, that is to mean portable man-made object. Artifacts means portable man-made object. Artifacts occupy a primary position. In assessing the meaning of this evidence, archaeologists are guided by the body of theory. In the past, archaeologists were present only the descriptive data to a site, but today they apply theoretical systems for the approach to interpretation. In this study, they have certain conceptual bases to understand the human past. The human past has both prehistoric. Prehistoric is to mean nothing but the period of human history before the advent of the writing. Prehistoric and historic antiquity. That is to mean historic antiquity, the period of human history after the advent of writing. Preciously speaking, after disappearment. These historical things have gone through the slow process of biological evolution. Man, a biological product, has lived on the earth in a particular social, physical, and environmental context. He has the continually left his accumulated remains. These remains are generally in a stratified deposits, which we call it as cultural remains or culture. According to Edward Taylor, an anthropologist, defined culture as knowledge, belief, art, morals, law, custom, and any other capabilities and habits acquired by a man as member of the society. Therefore, whole landscape in a document and each archaeological site is a part of that document. Human activities that are reflected in the form of settlements, architectural features, and burial monuments. In short, the cultural deposit is an historical document. It attains its significance when the written records are not available or where even writing method are not invented. So this is the definition and explanation for the term of archaeology. In this case, the scope also involves. As far as the scope is concerned, three principles are involving. The first one is form, the second one is function, the third one is process. This is also in the name of goals of archaeology. First, I take form. To consider the form, archaeological evidence and its distribution in time and space. This is the most important thing for archaeology. The second important thing is to determine past, function, and thereby construct models of ancient behavior. And the last one, third, to delimit the process of culture and determine how and why cultures change. So I once again repeat, form, function, process. Form is connected with the classification of the material evidence to develop models of artifact assemblage distribution through time and space. Function focuses on the usage of the various artifacts. Process is nothing but it is a cultural process, is an attempt to explain how and why cultures change through time based on the study of the material evidence. The whole cultural process cannot be understood without the involvement of the various disciplines like history, anthropology, geology, biology, zoology, physics, chemistry, and so on. The interdisciplinary studies play a vital role in archaeological interpretations. the relationship of archaeology with other disciplines, which will be dealt in the second unit in the next class. Today, I completely going to take out definition, scope, terms, concepts, and all other things of the first unit. Now, let us I move to terms and concepts in archaeology. First, I put a question. What is prehistory? It is the term widely used in archaeology. The term prehistory was coined by Daniel Wilson in 1851. Though the man Turnell had used the term prehistoric as early as in 1833, it was first coined by Daniel Wilson in 1851 in his book, The Archaeology and Prehistoric Annals of Scotland. This book covers the story of man's development before the appearance of the writing. The writing system was one of the best inventions of the human civilization. The term is used differently due to the varied natural and cultural material. In Mesopotamia and Egypt, the recorded history starts with 6,000 years, but in India, it starts with the Brahmi inscriptions of 3rd century BC, as the Indus script are yet to be deciphered satisfactorily. In some part of the world, recorded history did not appear until the 20th century. Therefore, the demarcation between prehistory and history varies from region to region. In Indian context, quite often the term protohistory is being used. It denotes a period following prehistory and preceding the appearance of coherent history, derived from written records. The period of Harappan culture, Chalcolithic culture, and Megalithic culture falls under the category of protohistory. The remaining cultural periods, namely Paleolithic, Mesolithic, and Neolithic cultures, fall in the ambit of prehistory. So here you can understand the difference. Prehistory means that is the period from until the invention of the writing system. Protohistory means after the writing system. So this differs from region to region. So Chalcolithic culture is to mean nothing but copper and stone tools are used during this period. Megalithic culture is to be identified large stone structures at a burial site. So there are different types of periods that can be classified according to the archaeological terms. Prehistory, protohistory. Now we are going to definition history. Here too I put a question, what is history? So history is nothing but it is a record of past. There are a lot of definitions available, but simply I put history is nothing but it is a record of past. Without past, we cannot move the history towards the future. So it is a bridge between past and the present to predict the future. This is a simple definition for the term history. Next, what is artifact? It's a wonderful definition. Artifact is nothing but any portable object used, modified, or made by the humans. It may be buried on the site of the archaeological excavation, but any portable object used, modified, or made by the humans are known as artifacts. The next term, site. S-I-T-E. What is site? The definition for this, a site clustering of archaeological data comprising artifacts, ecofacts, and features in any combination. Are you hearing my voice?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So once again, I repeat, site is a spatial clustering of archaeological data comprising artifacts, ecofacts, and features in any combination. The next term, culture. This is also a beautiful term. What is culture? Simply, we can say culture is a norms of life. Culture may be good, bad, or any other, but we can say culture is a norms of life. It is cumulative resource of human activity that provides the means for non-genetic adaptation to the environment by regulating behavior in three areas: technology, social system, and ideology. Once again, I repeat, culture is the cumulative resource of human activity that provides the means of non-genetic adaptation to the environment by regulating behavior in three areas: technology, social system, and ideology. The next term, exploration. What is exploration? It is to acquire new information within the context of a well-designed program of research. Exploration is to acquire new information within the context of a well-designed program of research. In the field, one of the main concern of the archaeologists is the study of artifacts and features. Artifacts may be man-made, modified by a man, such as stone, tools, pottery, and metal objects. Features may be portable or non-portable. Okay. So, prehistory, protohistory, history, artifact, site, culture, exploration, and excavation. Now, I tell you what is excavation. Excavation is the scientific way and the method of removing objects and uncovering stationary features that have been concealed by later deposits. It is the scientific way and method of removing objects. Objects may be bone, tool, pottery, man-made things, etc. It is the way and method of removing objects and uncovering stationary features that have been concealed by later deposits. This is the simple definition of excavation. Okay, are we clear? Prehistory, protohistory, history, artifact, site, culture, exploration, excavation. So, what is the use of this term? The next question I put forth to you. What is the use of this term? All these terms and the concepts which help the archaeologist to find out the past, to reconstruct history with material evidence. Without material evidence, we cannot reconstruct history. Archaeology, history may be a separate discipline, but along with history, each and every subject will be coincided in its own course of action. Okay, I told you definition, scope, terms and concepts in archaeology. Now I move to sources of archaeology. What are the sources of archaeology? Considering the sources of archaeology, the most important thing is monument. Which is called a monument and what is called a monument and how we call it as a monument. Why we call it as a monument? There are so many questions we can put as far as the monument is concerned. And who is giving permission to call that particular structure as a monument? Any structure under the earth or on the earth may be completed of 100 years, not 1 or 2 years, 100 years. Once that structure has been completed of 100 years, is to be called as monument. According to Ancient Monument and Archaeological Site and Remains Act of 1958, that it defines monument means any structure, erection, place of interment, cave, rock sculpture, monolithic, which is historical, archaeological, or artistic interest, not less than 100 years, is to be called as monument. If it is not completed 100 years, we could not call it as a monument. Once a structure completed 100 years, 100% surely we call it as a monument. For best example, temples, sculptures display architectural and artistic history of Indians from the Gupta period to recent times. Even the term Chaitya, Vigara, Stupa, Stamba exhibit the concept of the Buddhism. You take Mahabalipuram, Ellora, Tanjore, Jagaikanda Cholapuram, Ajanta paintings, etc. This shows the architectural and the painting excellence. We draw beautiful excellence of cultural traditions of that particular rulers who ruled this area, as well as concentrated other cultural activities. Sorry. You take Harappan sites, all the Harappan sites, roughly more than 300 sites are there. All these sites are exposed according to archaeological excavation. The excavated artifacts and other structures are called as monuments. The next is coins, inscriptions. The study of inscription is known as the term epigraphy. Epigraphy is study of inscriptions. Inscription can be classified into two categories: stone inscription, metal inscription. As far as inscription is concerned, endless number of inscriptions are available right from the period of Ashokas. Minor rock edict, major rock edict, and the 13th rock edict of Ashoka, which is most important, gives the complete detail of Kalinga war. Kalinga is now modern Odisha. In case if 13th rock edict is not available, we could not be able to find out how Ashoka fought war with Kalinga. And then he embraced Buddhism. So inscription stand as a testimony, whether it is stone inscription or metal inscription, but it stand as a testimony for rewriting of the history with the help of archaeology. As far as the metal inscription is concerned, large number of evidences are available in the name of book South Indian inscription. One such inscription I take you for the reference. Uttiramerur inscription. This is the metal inscription which gives complete details about the local self-government of the Cholas. In this inscription, what kind of script system is used by the rulers? There are so many types of script system. Karashoti script, which is written right to left. Brahmi script, especially this type of script used by Ashoka. All this script system is deciphered by James Prinsep in 1837. In case if James Prinsep could not decipher this, we could not find out what kind of writings are there and what style of writing is there. Pillar inscription. Also, best examples for the study of these writings. Then, coin. The study of coin is known as numismatics. The study of coin is known as numismatics. Coins give us lot of information. Earliest coins are known as punch-marked coins. Silver coins, copper coins, gold coins, etc. All these types of coins are available. Indo-Greeks used silver and copper gold coins. Kushanas used copper and gold coins, especially Guptas. They introduced silver and gold coins. From these coins, we clearly understand the socio-economic, cultural, political aspects. And also the techniques of metallurgy. What is metallurgy? Metallurgy is the science of extracting the metals from their ores. Without metal ores, we cannot get the metals. Once we got the metal, we can mint the coins. When minting the coins, we can print a lot of things on the surface of these coins. One such coin was giving a lot of details during the period of Gupta was Ashwamedha sacrifice. And Saraswati, goddess Saraswati, having Veena in her hands, and the Gupta king slaying that lion, which gives a lot of details that the kings who went to forest for hunting, etc., etc. So these are not simple terms, very powerful terms. Prehistory, proto-history, history, artifact, site, culture, exploration, excavation, monument, inscription, coins. Very powerful terms which gives definition. With these theoretical definitions, the archaeologists have to understand what was there, what is there, and what will be there by interlinking the material remains. So archaeology is the powerful subject. It is a separate discipline, a powerful subject with the help of history, reconstructing the history with the material evidences. Are you clear? Sarana Gadi. Are you
Sir.
clear?
Yes, sir.
Are you clear, ma? Sharanagati.
Yes, sir.
Ma, where are you where are you coming from?
Kerala.
You are from Kerala.
Yes, sir.
You don't know Tamil?
I know. I
You know.
understand.
Okay, you can understand. Okay. Okay. So these are the things which I told you today. Now, what is the dating problem? So dating the artifact, dating the monument is not an easy task. It is a headache. Dating the monument and dating the artifact, it is a headache. How the archaeologists and historians are dating the artifact and the monuments. I am going to give details. Until the development of scientific dating, dating in archaeology depended entirely on historical methods. Different dating systems are followed in determining the dates of the historical records. The ancient literate society recorded the written documents with certain dating methods. In India, different eras, I mean epoch, like Shaka era, Kali Yuga era, Vikrama era, Kollam era, have been used in the written documents like inscriptions, copper plates, and seals. Epigraphists also give the approximate date to the historical documents based on paleographical ground, that is to mean styles of the script. The historical monuments like temples, mosques, churches, tanks, and forts were given relative dating based on their stylistic features. The above dating method are used based on the nature of the material available to the archaeologist. Archaeologists always try to attain an absolute dating for the material. He prefers the relative dating when the absolute dating is not feasible. The world scientific community is progressing well in all spheres of discipline. Therefore, new dating method is added to the list frequently. So the archaeologist always should keep track of the new dating method for better understanding of the cultural materials at large. There are different types of dating methods used. As far as artifact is concerned, radiocarbon dating is used. What is radiocarbon dating? Carbon 14 method is applied to find out the date of the artifact. The radio dating has changed the face of the archaeological research. It has made a revolutionary impact in the field of archaeology and quaternary science. Absolute dating and relative dating are two broad dating systems presently used in archaeology. First, they have to take the sample. Two terms are used. The first concept is terminus post quam. The second is terminus ante quam. Unless these concepts are applied in all cases with the most rigorous logic, far-reaching mistakes in dating and interpretation will be made. A datable object such as coin or datable find such as radiocarbon sample from the layer only gives the date on or after which the layer was deposited, that is, the so-called terminus post quam. For instance, if one gets a Pallavas, Cholas, and Vijayanagara coin in the same layer, then the layer is dated to Vijayanagara period. The latest dynasty among them, it must be also established that the object is not intrusive, that it has not been taken down through an animal code. The second method, terminus ante quam, is when features or layers are sealed by or cut through by later datable features. The date of this latter feature is served as terminus ante quam, that is, a date before which the earlier features must have been deposited. For instance, if a series of layers is sealed by a layer of 10th century AD, then all the layers below are earlier to 10th century AD. What are the absolute dating techniques and relative dating techniques? As far as relative dating techniques are concerned, historical dating, typology, sequence dating seriation, geological timing scales, varves, pollen analysis, ice sheet cores, seabed deposits, stratigraphy, geochronology. These are the relative dating techniques. What are the absolute dating techniques? Radiocarbon dating, potassium argon method, uranium series method, thermoluminescence, electron spin resonance, fission trap dating, tree ring dating, that is called dendrochronology. Derivative dating techniques, fluorine test, uranium test, nitrogen test, amino acid test, obsidian hydration dating, archaeomagnetic dating, caution radio dating, that is CR method. Radiocarbon dating is applied for plant, charcoal, wood, burned bones. Potassium argon applied to rocks, meteorites, feldspars, volcanic glass. Thermoluminescence applied to rocks, minerals, pottery. Fission track applied to volcanic materials, glasses, micas, fossils, bones. Varves applied to lake sediment from melting ice sheets. Pollen analysis applied to pollen trees, peat bogs. Dendrochronology applied to especially tree rings. The years of trees are identified only because of technology. Archaeomagnetism applied to stone, backed clay, iron deposits. Obsidian hydration applied to obsidian. So there are different types of techniques, principles, theories applied to find out the dating. The recommended minimum amount of sample for radiocarbon dating is, for charcoal, amount of sample is 20 gram. For wood, the amount of sample is 30 to 100 gram. In case if it is a bone, up to 300 grams of radiocarbon dating is applied. The next one is dating inscriptions. So I have told a lot of details how archaeology moves very interestingly with this simple definition and terms and concepts. So there are different types of techniques, methods, theories. Archaeology is not an easy subject. At the same time, if you understood it properly, it is a very wonderful and interesting subject. So different dating systems are followed in determining the dates of the historical records. Ancient literate society recorded the written documents with certain dating methods, which I told you earlier. With these dating problems, with these theories, with these techniques, the archaeologist tried to apply the date to the inscriptions with their date. In the earlier societies, it is not followed like this. Now, science and technology is very well advanced, and with the help of different disciplines, science and technologies, dates are applied to inscriptions, coins, etc., etc., etc. So, with this simple interpretation and definition, the first unit comes to an end. I told you definition, scope, what is prehistory, what is protohistory, what is history, artifact, site, culture, exploration, excavation, monument, inscription, coin, dating issue. In dating problem, what are the techniques are used? I told you. I stop here. If you have any doubts, raise your question. I answer for it. So I think you are studying Introduction to Ancient Civilization. Karanagati. Ma, are you hearing?
Yes, sir.
So I think next class, I think 12 to 1, I think. I will take Introduction to Ancient Civilization, Mesopotamian Civilization, Sumeria, Akkad. Okay, this is an introduction to the study of archaeology. Now I am dealing. So are you clear?
I don't understand, sir.
You don't understand.
Yes, archaeology definition concept, history. I understand, but last one,
Which one? Which one?
dating problem, I don't understand, sir.
Dating problem, you don't understand.
Yes, sir.
Okay, once again I repeat.
Yes, sir.
One of the most important advancements made in the field of archaeology is the development of dating techniques. These include radiocarbon dating, which is based on assumption that upon the death of living organism, the carbon-14 atoms present in the organism decay at a measurable rate. Thermoluminescence is method of dating the pottery, in which pottery is heated until visible and measurable light is emitted by released electrons. Likewise, the determination of relative dating by means of fluorine, nitrogen, and uranium test is being pursued by the archaeologists, which are discussed. There are two chief problems in the use of scientific aids. One is the necessity for the excavator to comprehend the process involved, some of which are highly technical. Unless they understand at least the basic theory behind each process, it will be impossible for him to use the results with the necessary degrees of caution and flexibility, or even to discuss the method of intelligently with the scientist concerned. Even if you are not capable of carrying out the techniques involved ourselves, we must appreciate their possibilities and limitations. There is no doubt that the present day excavator record an increasingly wide understanding of disciplines. The other problem facing the excavator who seeks scientific help is the cost of such help, and more particularly the comparative rarity of scientists able and willing to provide ad hoc services. Apart from these, the understanding and the strict application of the concepts of the terminus post quam and the terminus ante quam are the fundamental importance in the relative dating. Unless these concepts are applied in all cases with the most rigorous logic, far-reaching mistakes in dating and interpretation will be made. The rules can be set out simply as follows. The terminus post quam. This is the technical term. That is to mean a datable object such as coin. You take coin, a datable object. A datable find. That is to mean such as a radiocarbon sample from a layer. Only gives the date on or after which the layer was deposited. That is the so-called terminus post quam. I told you this is the technical term. It follows that in any continuous sealed layer in which there is a number of datable finds, the find of latest date is the one which provided the terminus post quam. For example, if one gets a Pallavas, Cholas, or Vijayanagara coin in the same layer, then the layer is dated to Vijayanagara period, the latest dynasty among them. It must also be established that the object is not intrusive, that it has not been taken down through an animal hole. This is the method called terminus post quam. That is the meaning in this technical term, terminus post quam. The second method, terminus ante quam, which is when features are sealed by or cut through by later datable features. The date of this layer feature is served as terminus ante quam, that is, date before which the earlier features must have been deposited. For instance, for example, if a series of layers is sealed by the layer of 10th century AD, then all the layers below are dated earlier to 10th century AD. These two techniques are followed. One is post method and another is ante method, earlier method. These are the two common methods they are following. Okay?
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Anything else? As far as excavation is concerned, there are different types of excavation is there. All excavation methods can be placed under two heads, namely horizontal excavation and vertical excavation. Horizontal excavation is further subdivided into area excavation and open area excavation. Vertical excavation is subdivided into test pits, trench cutting, tunnel cutting, and step trench cutting. This is the excavation types that you can clearly be understood in the next unit. I think relationship of archaeology with other disciplines, history, anthropology, social sciences, humanities, impact of pure sciences on archaeology. So that will be dealt in the next classes in the continuation of the first unit. எல்லாருக்கும் புரிஞ்சுதாமா? Are you all okay?
Yes, sir.
All of you listen to me. My name is P. Sadish, Assistant Professor in History, Kasturba College for Women, Eleanor, Puducherry. My institution is affiliated with the Pondicherry University. My mobile number is 9949735338. My email ID is sadish73@gmail.com. If you want to give your feedback, please give it to my email ID sadish sadish73@gmail.com. So we will meet in the next class, I think 12 o'clock, I think. Introduction to Ancient Civilization. Thank you. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Can I exit with your permission, or you are having doubt?
Yes, sir.
Ma, only one voice I am hearing right from the beginning itself. I don't know how many of you are attending the classes. Please tell me your names, please. Those who are attending my class, please tell me your names. Jalila, Jalila. Jalila, ma'am, are you present? Sharjada. Sharjada, are you present again? Fasla, Populur, Sharanagadi.
Yes, sir.
So I express my sincere gratitude to Director, TDE, Pondicherry University, for giving me this opportunity to deliver a lecture to all of you. So already time is 11 o'clock. So next professor is waiting for you, I think.
Yes, sir.
So we will meet you at 12 o'clock for dealing the paper Introduction to Ancient Civilization. Can I exit?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, students. Today we are going to discuss regarding the introduction to tourism study. So, what we mean by tourism? First things, tourism, as we know, is such an activity. Hello, hello, hello. Yes. So tourism is such an activity that everybody is get involved in some point of time in some activities. Okay, or some for the rest, or some for the relaxation, some for the enjoyment, or some for the fun. Okay, for the day trip for a picnic you are using for a school, or you are going to visit a monuments or a park with your family or your friends is a part of a tourism activities. So, to know the meaning and the definition of tourism is going to help you in understanding the dynamics of tourism industries or its interrelationship with the other variables. Okay, the first thing that we have to learn, there is a common distinction that the common people use the travel is synonymous with the tourism, though both are the different terms. Okay, so let's discuss first what is the difference between the travel and tourism. So travel is normally a action of moving from one country or one place to the another place, whereas the tourism is defined as the business for providing the travel for the accommodations or the food or entertainment, etc. for the tourist. It is mainly for the tourist. Okay, it's called as a tourism. Generally, the travel signifies the actions of an particular individuals moving from one place to another, or particular locations or particular destinations by using one or many mode of transportations. So it includes different modes of journey and taken by an individual for their leisure or their pleasure, or the either for the employment or for the study, for the visiting friends or families, or going for the culture or the events or any purpose. Okay, so can it can be stopped in a transit locations in a regions without stopping. Okay, so it includes almost all sorts of locations and all sorts of destinations. Okay, so whereas if you look at the tourisms, it refers to the mobility of an individual to a place with a tourism potential. Okay, the destinations that is going to go, it have to be a tourism potential, be it a big city or restaurant places or the mountain or beach, or that you are going for the national parks or museums or monuments. Okay, this comes for the under the leisure or the recreational purpose. The purpose of the visit of it should be the either leisure or the recreational. Here the mobility of the traveling from one place to another is temporary, and it is also non-remunerative in nature. Okay, so when people travel for tourism, the prime motive for travel is either leisure, recreation, or fun. So all those activities provided them a wonderful or memorable experience that we call it as a tourism. Okay, so people traveling with a different mindset or the motives do select different places of interest according to their interest, or taking several factors into the consideration while they are choosing a particular destinations. So whereas the people go out for the short term or long term travel, people can travel for countless reasons. Okay, for example, let's say Mr. Ajay travels to a isolated area to spend quality of time in the mountain landscape, or he is going to a roadway passing through the meadows. So this gives a different joys or different happiness rather going to a place without the his choice. Okay, so tourism is a what you say is it is a place where you are going for either leisure or the pleasures. Okay, there has to have to be some purpose to visiting a particular place of your tourist destinations. Okay, so tourism is growing industries with a massive business opportunity. What is this industry is actually involved in providing us services or the facilities to cater the people or on a tour. So in short, what we can say, the tourism is a subset of or the part of travel. Okay, but it is a temporary movement outside their usual environment. But the purpose of the travel may be anything, but it not remunerated at the particular place of the travel or visit. So the moment of an individuals can be with or without the overnight stay in the place where he is going to visit. Okay, so the maximum duration of the stay is 24 hours. The minimum duration is can be anything. Okay, so before going for the what do we mean by tourism, let's discuss what are the different things that we have to learn regarding the tourism. So the basic concepts of the tourisms include the different terminologies for the tourism, like the activities. In tourism, what we say is that the term activities actually represent the different actions or the behavior of a people in preparation for or during a trip in their capacity as a consumer. Okay, and the destinations, what you mean here, it should be the main destination for tourism or trip, or that is the place that is going to visit. That is a central of your decision to take the trip. Okay, so what is it? The tourism destination is a physical space with or without what you call the and boundaries in which a visitors can spend their overnight. It is a cluster of locations. Uh, it is a cluster of different products and services, or of any activities or any experience along with the that is from the tourism value chain, or have a basic units of different analysis that we going for the tourism. So destination includes the various stakeholders or can have the different networks to form a large destinations. Okay, so it is also an intangible with a different its image or its identity, which may be influences market competitiveness. Okay, so now we know what we mean by tourism activities or what we mean by tourism destinations. So what the tourism industries? So tourism industries comprise all the establishment for which the principal activity is the tourism characteristics activities. Okay, so tourism industries are the different activities that typically produce the tourism characteristics product. Okay, so here we have to know the what we mean by tourism product also. So a tourism product is the combination of tangible or intangible element such as the nature or the culture or the man-made resources or the different attractions or facilities, or sometimes you got the different services, or you are going for the performing the different activities around the specific center of your interest. Actually, here it represents the core of the destinations. Okay, so it creates an overall visit experience, including the emotional aspects of the different customer. Okay, clear? Now, another thing that we have to know the characteristics of the tourism. The tourism characteristics actually includes the different activities that typically produce the tourism characteristics products. So, what do you mean by tourism characteristics product? Tourism characteristics products are all those product that is going to satisfy one or both of the different things, like the tourism expenditure on a particular product should be or represents a significant share of the total tourism expenditure, or the tourism expenditure on a particular product should represent a significant share of the different supplies of the product of tourism characteristics. Okay, so tourism here signifies within the tourism analysis that the economy of reference should be recognized with the different linkages in the tourism. Clear? So now the questions arise how the term tourism was evolved universally. Okay, so etymologically, if we trace the word tour, it is derived from the Latin word tournir, or from the Greek word tornos, which means a kind of a round wheel or a circle. Okay, so both the word here it signifies the idea of a journey or the travel circuit. Okay, the circle represents here. The circle represents a starting point of the trip, which the person ultimately return back to its beginning, or return back to its native place, or the place of your his domicile. Okay, so meaning of these two words had got changed in the English language marginally in one turn. Okay, so here if we add the suffix ism with the tour, we call it as tourism. So it is an action or the process of travel or the tour. If we add the suffix ist, okay, so it becomes tourist. Tour plus ist becomes tourist. So it is described as the person who is performing an action of a tour. Okay, the person who is performing an act of a two action of a tour, we call it as a tourist, and the action or different process of travel or tour, we call it as a tourism. So here the tour describes as the nature of journey. So this is an act of leaving in a starting point and then returning back to its original point. So it is a round trip. Okay, the person who takes the journey from one travel motives or the or having the different motives may be called as a tourist. Okay, so in India we term the tourism the different words like the Pariyatan, Disatan or Ditatan. There are different words for the traveling. So whereas when we call that Desatan, it is all about the traveling within different regions of a particular country only. This means a country. Within a country, if you're traveling for the economic benefits, we call it as a Desatan. If you are traveling mainly for the religious purpose, then we call it as a Tirthatan. Okay. Or if you are traveling just to acquire the knowledge, we call it as a Paryatan. Okay, clear? Now we know them. What do we mean by tourism, or what are the different terms terminology we use in India? Okay, so the term tourism involves the various social practices, but comes under the different characteristics. That is, the traveler wants to temporary break from their routine life, or if they are different in the respect, it can be said that it is a time-based approach where the stay is actually a temporary break of the from the its natural course of working or to the life. So it involves the time factor also. The leftover time from the work or the if you are performing in personal task is we call it as a leisure time or a discretionary time. Okay, so it is the time which is subtracted from the whole total time that is available to a person after its work. Okay, so the activities or the events that are undertaken to enjoy is leisure time, that we call it as a recreations. Okay, so recreation can be a home based, or if you're traveling to outside, we call it as a outside recreation. Okay, so it occurs during the leisure time, and sometimes that we see is it is as a commercial ties. Whereas what we see the tourism in fact is a leisure activities that is related with the leisure time, that we call it as a leisure tourism. If you are also working with the when you are traveling, then we call it as a business tourism. So therefore, what we say is that the tourism activities have the commercial connotations or having the always it is associated with the moving away from their usual environment. Okay, so tourism here that is mainly concerned with the traveling either for the leisure or for the business. Okay, so the business should not be remunerative indirectly indirect purpose. Okay, so the reason for traveling to a particular place should be a temporary visit other than the destination, only for their pleasure experience or to see or to engage in some different activities that is you are going through their your routine life. So interactions among the different tourists or different host communities or the different service providers that you give you the services or when you're doing different activities, this gives rise to the concept of the tourism demand and supply. Okay, so each and every stakeholders have their own impact on the tourism. Okay, so be it as an economical impact or social impact or the environmental impact. So what we see, the tourism industry is a dynamic industry, or you can say that it is a combination of different services or different activities. So any change in the needs or the desire of any stakeholders can lead to the change in the whole tourism process or its development. Okay, so tourism here, what you can see is it involves the travels, but not all travelers. We call it as a tourist. Here, the purpose of travels or during the duration of a stay or their activities at the destinations is going to help us to identify their different types or different forms of tourism. Okay, clear? So in UNWTO in 1994, what they say, they define the tourism as the activities of person traveling to and staying in a place outside their usual environment for less than a year for any main purpose like leisure business or any personal purpose other than the it should be employed by the resident entry in the country or place visited. So what it says here, the definitions. What it says, the definition says of the 3 point here. First is the movement, then the time, then the motivations. So where he's traveling, how long he's traveling, and why he's going to travel. Okay, so here we have to see three things. So let's discuss first one regarding the movement. Regarding the movement, UNWTO highlights the movement dimensions as the activity of persons traveling to and staying outside their usual environment. Okay, so these definitions, these lines propose as a geographical area within which a person conducts their routine life. Okay, so tourism does not include the commuters or the different travelers who are repeatedly traveled for their daily life activities. Okay, so for example, a student or the workers is traveling to a particular office or the college. So it is a regular moment. Repeatedly, we are traveling to a particular place, so we call it as not call it as a tourism. Okay, so who are the person that we are going to include, like the border worker or the stateless persons or the transit passenger is there, if the diplomats is there, or nomads is there, sometimes refugees or the temporary immigrants or the permanent immigrants. We cannot include in this as a tourism activities or the travelers. These are the travelers, but they are not included in the tourism statistics. Okay, so any mobility within a regions where he or she lives, so any temporary, it should be a temporary in characteristics, and it should be a change in their residence of the persons in the course. Okay, so if you are traveling to a particular place daily, or you are in a regular trip due to your study work. Okay, due to your study or due to your work or due to your, for the families, or you are going for the shopping, or you are going for the any medical checkup, or for any health purpose. So any temporary or the permanent movement in at the income or the remunerations also doesn't include incomes under the tourism. Okay, so here we have to understand the what we call it as user environment of a person. So the definition of the user environment person says, or you can say that it has a different criteria when you call it as a user environment of a person. So minimum distance you have to be traveled to consider a person as a visitor or resident, or sometimes the minimum durations of the he is going to absence from a particular place of residence. Okay, or the minimum change of different localities or different administration or the different regions, or sometimes the state boundaries or the international boundaries. We call it as a usual environment. Okay, so here the purpose of the concept the usual environment is to exclude the person who are the visitors from from the resident. Okay, so as a resident traveling every day or particular in every week between their residence and the place of their work or their study or any other places, if it is in frequent term, if you're visiting to a particular mall infrequently, or you're visiting a visitor shop frequently, we call it term as a usual place. It is actually a usual place of environment. It is in your usual environment. Okay, so another term is the usual residence. When we call the usual residence, the it should be a country of your usual residence. Okay, it is essential criteria for to distinguish between the visitors and the traveler. Okay, so we have to know whether a person is arriving in a particular destination or a country is a visitor or a traveler. Okay, so whether he or she is a foreigner or a national resident, we have to know. Okay, what the classification of the international visitor says, it is actually determined by the place of its origins, that we call it as countries of its residence, or the domestic visitors is also measured on the basis of their residence and the state or their nationality. Okay, for example, if a nationals of a country residing abroad are included with a non-resident visitors, though they are going to return their town or home country on a temporary visit. Okay, so the foreign whereas the foreign nationals residing in a country that are integrated with the other residents of the place for the purpose of the competition of the tourist data is leading to a domestic, or sometimes you call it as a outbound tourism. Okay. The third thing that we have to know is the nationality. The nationality of traveler, how we are going to determine? We are going to determine by the identification of different documents that are provided by the concerning government. For example, we issue the passport. Every several country issues their passport. So, though he is a normal resides in another country other than his passport issued by the country, we call it as a nationality. Clear? Now, there is a second one that we have to know is the time. Okay, so the UNWTO stress on the time in relation with the tourism because it says the definition says that he has to stay in a particular place for less than a year. Okay, so definition actually marks clearly about the maximum length of their stay, that is the less than 1 year. Okay, so beyond that limit, traveler is considered as a tourism as a place of their residence where it comes to any particular questions. Okay, so visitors is distinguished between the tourist and the excursionist, where he is staying for a day, for a day or not. Okay, so if he's staying, do not stay there for the overnight. We call it as the excursionist. If he is staying for one night and maximum up to a year, we call it as a tourist. Okay, so minimum stays is not mentioned as the person of the tourist visiting to a place who stays at the minimum if at least 1 night in the country. Okay, so or the visitor who is not staying in a particular place on a overnight, so we call it as an excursionist. Clear? If a person is staying for a day, that is for the overnight, we call it as a do not staying for the overnight, we call it as excursionist. If he is staying more than a year, not sorry, not more than 1 year and not less than 1 day, we call it as a tourist. So tourist, what he says, it is a resident or non-resident according to the nationality, but the country of the resident should be outside their country. So the purpose of tourism as a country of the residence is defined as the country where the person has or is going to live for continuously for 12 months. Okay, so if he is staying in a particular country for last 12 months, the person must have the what is dwelling in a particular country for more than 1 year. So it is come they do not comes under a what do you call it, tourist. So he is a resident there now. So purpose of the tourism, what we call it, the same countries of residence shall be applicability. Okay, so the place of residence of their locality where a person is live for continuously for 12 months or more, the person is stay to a their place of residence. Okay, clear? Now there is a motivation. Now becomes the list is the motivations. So what are the different motivations that the tourist is going to travel? Now, so the definition emphasizes that the motivation of tourism as a in the definition what it says for many purpose, that is the leisure business or any other purpose, but he is not going to stay there for more than 1 year, or it is not going to be employed by the resident entity of the country where he is going to visit. Okay, so the purpose of the visits should be anything from the leisure to business, or from the you are going for the culture, or you are going for the heritage interest, or you are going for to visiting of friends or your relatives, whatever it may be the case. The definition does not include the purpose of visit related to any activities or the work that is going to be remunerated in the place of your visit. Okay, so if you are getting any monetary value of the place of your visits or your destinations, it does not come under the tourisms. Okay, so the restriction gives, or you can say that it prevents, see the migrant worker to be qualified as a tourist. Okay, because their prime motive of their travel destination is to finding or accepting the temporary or the permanent job in the destination he is going to visit. Okay, so there comes the what do we mean by the business then? The business trip here, what we say is that the business trips includes all the business or professional activities outside their usual environment of their residence. Okay, the visitor takes the trips because of the requirements or the that is related to its occupations or the if you're going to perform the any economic activities. We cannot call it as a business trip. Okay, see it should be included if it is included in the sales or you are going to attend the different meetings or you are going for the conference or a particular exhibitions or your trade fair. What do you call it as a business trip? Okay, so usually it is the employer or the owner of the business who bear the cost of your business trip. So it is to be arranged into the particular short notice or the brief period. Sometimes what he says the specific period of time can be 1 day or 2 days or 3 days. Okay, so oftenly what he says that the business travelers requires the convenience of the different regular of their transport or their efficient services or any decent facilities like the ports or the lodging in the place where he's going to visit. Whereas if you are going for the leisure trip, so what you are going to do is stay there. You are visiting to a place outside your usual environment. Okay, but the here the main purpose or your motive is to go for the relaxation or you are going for the recreation or you are going for the holidays or the entertainment. Okay, so it includes the trips to a you are visiting to a particular friends or you are visiting to a holiday home. If they were visiting for the same day visit as well also. Okay, so visitors is the person who is decided all elements of travel as the leisure trip is an activity that is connected with the different occupants of the visitors. So the cost arising from the travel is generally paid by the tourist, whereas the trip. Okay, so the prime main the different characteristics that the tourism says regarding the by the one WNTO we are going to see. There are the five main characteristics of the tourism what the UNWTO says. Okay, the first is the tourism arises from the movement of people to or and they stay in the or visiting a various destinations. Here there have to be two elements of the tourism. First is the journey to a destinations, and then staying or includes the activities of different destinations. Then the journey and the stay that takes place outside their usual environment. Okay, then the movement of the to the destinations should be the temporary or the short-term characteristics. Then the destination that are visited for the purpose of other than the permanent residence. Okay, let's discuss one of it. So first says the movement to a various destinations. What it means? So tourism says the definition is characterized by the movement of the individual from usual place of residence to a diverse destinations. Is traveling from one place to the another. Okay, so first place is the origin, what you call it is the origin or the place of their residence to the different destinations. Okay, so it sees that what the dynamic nature of tourism is where the individual going for a journey to explore the different locations or the different culture or going for the different experience. So here the movement signifies the essence of the tourism where the individual is seeking is going for the novelty or for the authenticity or you are going for your enrichment of your life. Okay, now the second is the element of the journey and staying. Okay, the central idea of the concept of the tourism says that there are two essential components. First is the journey to the destinations and subsequently staying there, and it includes staying there in just is not going out the and staying to a particular place, but it includes all the activities you are going to undertake there. Okay, so these two dual aspects highlight the holistic nature of the whole tourism. We are going you are traveling en route, you are staying there or you are going for the different activities. So you are these are the different natures where the journey is going to be immersive in nature. So, okay, where you are going to travel, be it a sightseeing or be it a cultural exploration, or you are going for the recreational purpose. So a stay should be there. A stay includes all these different essence of the different tourisms. Okay. Now the third, what the third says, it says that regarding the residence and the working environment. Okay, so it is the important characteristic of the tourism, so that we have to go over the distinction between the routine environment of your residence and or your work from the your place of your visit. So if you're going outside your day-to-day life, or there you are going to engage in different activities that should be deviate from your ordinary pursuit of your life, when you're a residence or when you're working to a place. Okay, so these lines demarcate the nature of your tourism experience, okay, which offers as a departure from your day-to-day life, or you can say your routine life. Clear? Then the fourth says regarding the temporary or the short-term nature of your the tourisms. So tourisms here is known as a transit phenomena, where the stay is temporary, or you can say that it should be in a short-term nature. Okay, so if you are relocating permanently from a particular place to the other place, or you are going for the long-term assignments, or so this not includes in the tourism. So what it says is includes the visitors for finite durations. Okay, typically for a day or a week or a month, or not more than a year. So it should be a temporary in nature. So temporary in nature says that the nature of the tourism, how you are going to perform the different activities. Okay, so here the environment, where do you call it, the habitual environment, we call it is they comes under a different time frame. Okay, be it temporary in nature or it is a short term in nature. Okay, it cannot be a long term in nature. You cannot go for a long term assignments, or you are not going for a permanent relocation to a particular destinations. Okay, that's says in the fifth point. The fifth point says the residence should be a non-residential purpose of their visitations. Okay, so tourism involves the visiting to a destination for the purpose that's distinct from the permanent residence or the employment at the place of your visit. So what it says then, if you're migrating or you are relocating to for your professional purpose, okay, so it doesn't include as a tourism. Okay, clear? Here the is going to be forced by or the purpose of the visit should be a leisure experience, rather than you are going for establishment or your residence or employment in a particular destination. Clear? Now, tourism have the two definitions. One is the technical definition, technically demand side definitions. Another is the supply side definitions. The demand side definition says they have the different criteria, like the minimum length of their stay, their maximum length of stay, their purpose. There should be a purpose, and there should be destinations considerations. Okay. So first, what the definition says, what you have learned regarding the definitions in 1994, what it says, what we have discussed here is the tourism is a activities of persons traveling to and staying in a place outside their usual environment. Okay, outside their usual environment. Now, see, for less than a year. So what is defining? It is defining the maximum length of your stay. Now, and it is demarcated the minimum length of your stay also. So what is the minimum? If the maximum is 1 year, what is the minimum? Minimum is one night. Okay, so if your visitors is not staying overnight there, we call it as a same day visitors or excursionists. Okay, now the definition says that if you're traveling for traveling to and stay in a place outside their usual environment for less than a year for any purpose, that is leisure, business, and other personal purpose. Now, what it says, it defines the different categories of your visit. Now, it says regarding the different purpose of your visit. Okay, so here, what we see, we are saying that where we're traveling or staying in a place that should not be your usual environment. So here the usual environment, it differs from your country or if your place of your residence. Okay, and the definitions include that other than their employed by the resident or entity or place he's going to visit. So the definition says that you are not going to be employed or you are not going to take any remuneration in the particular place where you are traveling. Okay, this is the technical demand side definitions. Clear? Now comes the supply side definitions of the tourism. So supply side includes the all the supply side, the tourism service providers. It is all about the tourism industries that consists the different firms or different organizations or the different facilities that you are going to perform there in a particular destinations, like the accommodation is there, transportation is there, tour guiding services you are taking, any services which are intended to serve the tourist, because the tourists have their own demand and we have to supply the demand. So there should be did not mismatch of regarding the demand and supply. So there the tourist specific need we have to serve or we have to satisfy the tourist specific needs. If the tourist is satisfied, then only he is going to come back. So these things comes under the supply side of tourism. Okay. Two side, demand side and supply side. In demand side, what you said, the purpose of the tourist, and now in the supply side, all the tourism industries, all the service sectors, all the sectors that are going combining to perform, or you are going to serve the tourist. All the services or the all the service industries, all the tourism industries, tourist industries that providing the services to the tourist, or they are going to satisfy the needs of the tourist, comes under the supply side of the tourism. Okay. Now, if we're going to the forms of tourism, there are some technicalities we have to look out when we are defining the tourism in India. Okay, so in India we have we have to consider the two things, that the domestic tourism and the foreign tourist. So in the domestic tourist, here we call it as the person who is going to travel within the country or a place other than his usual environment or the place of residence. You are staying in a particular hotels or you are going for the any commercial accommodations. Okay, so the minimum duration should be less than 24 hours and the maximum length should be not more than 6 months or any purpose, just any other purpose, like the if you're not going for the pleasures or you're not going for the pilgrimage, we have to go there for the pilgrimage. So it exclude the persons, just like the if you are traveling to a particular place for the remuneration purpose, if you are going for to establish the temporary or their permanent residence on another state, if you are visiting your hometowns of your paternal, so it or you are going for the native place for a short term visit. So here you have the purpose for meeting your friends or relatives. So or you are going to attend some social or religious functions. So staying there or in your own house or your friends and relatives house, it's not included in the domestic tourism. Okay, or any persons who is a resident or the foreign residents in our country is not also included in the domestic tourism. Okay, so another difference that the government says regarding the foreign tourists, it says that those visitors who are traveling on a foreign passport or here they are staying at least for 24 hours in India. Okay, so they have to be classified their different purposes. So the purposes should be leisures, business, okay, or the family or friends or they are going for a particular meetings. So they included as a foreign tourist. But the person who are who are crossing the land route from the Nepal is not included in the foreign nationalist. Okay, or any foreigners entering to the through the land from the Bhutan is also not comes under the foreign tourist in India. Okay, or any children who is traveling with less than 3 years of their age is not comes under the foreign tourist, or any Indians who has already settled abroad, or who are holding their Indian passport. So if they are coming for a particular trip in India, or for their any purpose, be it a leisure or business, so they will also not included in the foreign tourist. Okay, or any person who is having the motive of taking the employment with a organizations, with or without the contract. Okay, so they are not going to include in the foreign tourist. Clear? So now, different forms of tourism. Okay, so before the definition says the UNWT definition says that there are three forms of tourism, basically: domestic tourism, inbound tourism, and outbound tourism. Okay, so domestic tourism here refers to as the different activities that is undertaken by the resident visitors within the country of their own economic boundaries. Okay, or you can say their country of their residence. So it includes the journey made by the individual or the groups of individuals for the leisure or the business or any other purpose, but they are traveling within their national boundary. Okay, so in the domestic tourism we have to be confined within the national boundary. So these forms of tourism actually contributes, or you can say the contributes regarding the local economy of the country. Okay, so thereby it is going to generate different revenues for from the transportations, that is from the accommodations, or when you are going for the restaurants or for fooding or the dining. So it is included in the domestic tourism. Clear? Now the inbound tourism. Regarding the inbound tourism, it includes the if you're traveling as a non-resident visitors within the economical jurisdictions, that is we call it as a destination or destination country. These visitors is defined as an international tourist. Here, what we are saying, the tourist here, the national and international tourist. Okay, domestic tourism we have discussed. International tourist is defined, is categorized into two: inbound and the outbound tourism. So the inbound tourism, they are visiting for as an international tourist, or they are going for the journey to explore the different culture or the nature or the any commercial attractions in the host destination. So they are coming here into the in our country. So inbound tourism, what they are coming here, be it for their culture exchange or for their economic exchange. Okay, so for their what do you call it? For the any different purposes. So they are coming in our country. They, if the international tourists are coming in our country, we call it as a inbound tourist. If the person is going outside our country, we call it as a outbound tourist. They are also the international tourists. So here the travel pursuit in the outbound tourism is the for the residents who is visiting beyond their country of their residence. If you are residents of India, and if you are traveling to different other countries by holding your passports, that is the domination for your residence in the particular country, then we call it as a outbound tourism. Okay. If you're traveling, either you are traveling for the leisures or your business or educational purpose or any other purpose, we call it as a outbound tourism. Okay, clear? Now there is internet tourism also. What is called as internet tourism? Internet tourism includes the domestic and inbound tourism. It is the combination of both the domestic tourism and the inbound tourism within a economic territory of a particular destinations or a particular destination country. Okay, so it includes the travel if you're traveling made by the both the resident and the non-resident visitors here. Okay, residents means if you are residents in the country, then domestic, or if you're non-resident visitors means you are coming from the international boundaries. You are crossing the international boundary. We call it as a inbound tourism. So both the resident and non-residents were included in the internet tourism. Okay, so it it says that there is interconnection between the domestic and the inbound market because they are coming to see the locals or they're coming to see the different local destinations within the country, or they're coming outside the country to travel within our country. So we call it as a internal tourism. Okay. Now there is a national tourism. So national tourism include the domestic and outbound. Okay, so what is it? It actually include all travel behaviors of your recent visitors, or it is including the domestic journey within the country and outbound trip or to the foreign land or the foreign destinations. So it includes the travel activities undertaken by the restaurant, irrespective of their whether the destinations lies within or beyond the national boundaries. Okay, national tourism, if a person is a resident of our country, he is traveling within our country, or he is going beyond the borderline. We call it as a national tourism. The national tourism include the outbound mobility or the domestic tourist. Okay, then comes the international tourism. International tourism includes the engagements for the both non-resident and the resident visitors. Okay, so they are either within the country or outside the economic territories. We call it destination country. So they are included in the international tourism. Okay, it says. So, what is the difference between the tourism flow? The origin within the regions, if your origin within the regions, the destinations, if the origin and your destination, if your origin and your destinations both are in the same region, we call it as domestic tourism. If the destination is region is within, and you are traveling outside your origin place, it is called as outbound inbound tourisms. Okay, if your origin is within the regions or within the country and your destination is outside the country, we call it as a outbound tourisms. And another is the, if you're in the middle of this, we call it as a transit tourisms. Clear? So now comes the types of tourisms. So types of tourisms, what you can say, it can be divided into the from the different things. Okay, so it can be either divided on the basis of motivations, that is behind the traveling. Okay, like the if you're traveling for the recreational purpose, there is a recreational tourism. Now the pleasure tourism is there, business tourism is there, educational tourism is there, health tourism there. They are actually the reason tourism or pilgrimage tourism. They are all on the basis of the motivation of your travel. Okay, if there is a basis motivation, the motive of the tourist, on the basis we are going for the motives of the tourist, like the common interest of tourism is there, holiday tourism is there, business tourism is there. If you're if you're dividing the type of tourism, that is based on the activities of tourism, that is what are the different activities that you're going to perform in a particular destinations, we call it as a either you're traveling for the nature based tourisms or the culture or the heritage based tourism, or you are going for the lasers or the recreation. These this type of tourism, we are dividing the things into the on the basis of the particular activities. Okay, so other than that, there are various ways how we are going to classify the tourism into the different types. Okay, either you are going for the from the purpose of traveler or the number of tourists, or you are going for the different geographical areas of your visit. We call it as the types of tourism. So we are going to discuss not all, but we are going to discuss some types of tourisms that are basically like the business tourism is there, culture tourism, religious tourisms. We are going to discuss all those things. Okay, so tomorrow we are going to discuss the different types of tourisms. Okay, so any questions? Any question? Okay, now then we are going to thank you. So we are going to discuss the types of tourism tomorrow. Okay, so today we have discussed regarding the what we mean by tourism. What have we discussed today? We have discussed regarding the types. What is the definition of tourism? So how it is different from the travel and tourism? Okay, what are the different concepts, or what are the different definition, and what the definitions include? The definitions include the regarding the three things: the movement, that is regarding the how we are going, where you are going, and how you are going to stay there, what is your motivations behind your travel. Okay, so these things we have. If you are staying there for day, we call it as day visitors. If you are staying for more than a day, we call it as overnight visitors. So these things we have cleared today. Okay, so tomorrow we are going to discuss regarding the types of visitors. Okay, thank you everyone.
Hello.
Hello, sir. Good morning.
Uh, Good morning, sir. I am Satish, Assistant Professor in History, Kasarba for Woman, Villanur, Puducherry. I am to handle Introduction to Ancient Civilization. Can I start the class?
Okay. Yes, sir.
Are you hearing? Are you all audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. Please put off your mic. Okay, thank you. So nice to meet you. My paper is Introduction to Ancient Civilizations. First unit is Mesopotamian Civilization, Sumeria and Akkad. Then Sumerian city-states, polity, socio-economic life, script and monument. This is the first unit which I am going to take a class on today. So with this slight introduction, I just enter into our subject matter, Mesopotamian civilization. So Mesopotamian civilization is called as cradle of civilization, earliest civilization, fertile civilization. It is earliest of all civilizations as people formed permanent settlements. In Greek word, Mesopotamia, that means the land between two rivers, especially the area between Tigris and Euphrates River, the present day Iraq, which was once called as Mesopotamia. Mesopotamia in Greek word that is to mean the land between two rivers, and it is also known as cradle of civilization, earliest civilization, fertile crescent, which was lasted approximately 3000 to 4000 years. Its peoples were the first to irrigate fields, devised a system of writing, developed mathematics, invented the wheel, and learned to work with metal. Over time, the farmers learned to build dams and channels to control the seasonal floods. They also built walls, waterways, and ditches to bring water to their fields. This way of watering crops is called irrigation. Irrigation allowed the farmers to grow plenty of food and support a large population. Over the centuries, many different peoples lived in this area, creating a collection of independent states. That is called Sumeria, Akkad, Babylonia, Assyria. In Mesopotamia, the southern part of Mesopotamia, which is called as Sumer, I mean Sumeria. The northern part of Mesopotamia, which is called as Akkadian civilization. Sumerian civilization in southern part of Mesopotamia, which was lasted 3500 to 2000 BCE. In northern part of Mesopotamia, the Akkadian civilization, which was lasted 2340 to 2180 BCE. Then there is also the name of Babylonia. Both southern and northern part of Mesopotamia, that is to mean Sumer and Akkadian civilization, these two regions were unified from 1830 to 1500 BCE and 650 to 500 BCE. Within this period, southern and the northern part of Mesopotamia, I mean Sumeria and Akkadia, these two regions were unified, and later on it is called as Babylonia. Then after, the rulers from Assyria who invaded the Babylonia, the civilization which fell down later on. So with this historical background, I enter into how the government setup was created. I mean the political setup in history, which is called as polity. The political structure and early form of democracy, which was lasted in Mesopotamia. Frequent wars led to the emergence of warriors as leaders. Eventually, there was a rise of monarchical system. In this system, cooperation was the basis of government. Followed leadership of god of the city, which was interpreted by the council of leading citizens, that is, king, priest, leader, common man, laborers, etc. Position of the king was enhanced and supported by the religion. Kingship believed to be created by gods, and the king's power was divinely ordained. That is to mean the divine right theory of kingship, the concept of divine right theory of kingship was created. King was considered as the representative of God. Belief that God lived on the distant mountain tops. Each god had a control of certain things, and each city was ruled by a different god. Kings and priests acted as interpreters as they told the people what the god wanted them to do. That is, by examining the liver or lungs of a slain sheep. Gods were worshipped at huge temples called ziggurats. That is to mean Ziggurat's. Polytheistic religion consisting of over 3,600 gods and demigods. The prominent Mesopotamian gods were Enlil, that is to mean the supreme god of air, Ishtar, goddesses of fertility and life, and god of heaven, Enki, god of water and underworld, Shamash, god of sun and giver of law. So all these gods were existed in large temples dedicated to the god of the city. These temples were known as ziggurats, made of layer upon layer of mud bricks in the shape of a pyramid in many tiers. Due to constant flooding and from belief that gods resided on mountain tops, temple on top served as the god's home and was beautifully decorated. Inside the room for offering of food and gods, a stack of 1 to 7 platforms decreasing in size from bottom to top is called as temple tower, that is ziggurats. The famous ziggurat in Mesopotamia was Tower of Babel, over 100 meter above ground and 91 meter base. So the Sumerians, the pioneers in the development of the Mesopotamian civilization, they settled in southern part of Mesopotamia, and they were identified with some of the city states, which is known as Ur, Lagash, Babylon, and Nineveh. These areas were the famous city states. And these city states were on the basis of social, economic, and intellectual. They irrigated the fields and produced three main crops: barley, dates, sesame seeds. They built canals, dikes, dams, drainage systems, developed cuneiform writing, invented the wheel. The abundance of food led to steady increase of population, which has created farms, towns, cities. That's why it is called as the first city of the world. Gradually, they developed the trade system with bartering, mainly barley, but also wool and cloth for stone, metal, timber, copper, pearls, and ivory. Individuals could only rent land from priests who controlled the land on behalf of gods. Most of profits of trade went to the temple. Now let's move to Akkadian civilization. The leader of the Akkadians were Sargon the Great. Sargon unified Lower Mesopotamia after conquering Sumeria in 2331 BCE, established the capital at Akkad. So with Akkad, the Mesopotamian culture spread out throughout the area. However, Akkadian dynasty short-lived due to the invasion of barbarians by 2200 BC. In due course of time, Sumerian city-states grew rapidly. Soon there were hundreds of villages and towns, some with populations of only a few hundred, some with populations of 30,000 or more. Cities become centers of trade, learning, and religion, and offered people more opportunities than life in the country. By the year 2500 BCE, the total population in ancient Sumeria was more than half a million people. About 4 out of the 5 of those people lived in cities, making Sumeria the world's first urban culture. To protect themselves, small towns attached themselves to big cities. This created the system of city states. What is city states? City states are communities that include a city and its nearby farmland. They spoke the same language. They freely sailed up and down the rivers, trading goods. They made agreements with each other. Each city had its own royal family and its own military. Because Sumerian city states grew gradually, they did not look like cities today. Instead of grid of street built at right angles, Sumerian city states had narrow, winding streets. Each city was surrounded by a thick protective wall made of mud bricks. Typically, priests, kings, merchants, and craftsmen lived within a city's wall. Farmers to live outside the city walls, nearer to the river and the crops. Crops means I mean agrarian field. A typical Sumerian city house consisted of a series of rooms built around a courtyard. The courtyard was usually covered with palm leaves placed over wooden beams. The loose layering of palm leaves, both helped protect Mesopotamians from the sun and allowed cooking smoke to escape. The largest and most important structure in a Sumerian city was the temple. It was called as a ziggurat, which I already told you. The first ziggurats were built around 2200 BC. Sumerians believed in many gods and goddesses. A belief in many gods and goddesses is called polytheism. Sumerians believed in four main gods and thousands of lesser gods. They believed there are four main gods: goddesses of sky, god of wind, foothills, and fresh water, created the world and ruled over it. This is the belief that it was in the minds of the Sumerians. Sumerians thought of their gods as rich landowners who created humans to work for them. Life in Sumeria had many dangers, including floods, droughts, and invasions. The people believed that the gods could prevent these disasters. To protect their cities, people tried to please their gods. To do so, they turned to their priest who claimed to have special influence with the gods. Because of that claim, priests were accepted as leaders. Sumer was composed of 12 major city-states. Two of the larger ones were Ur and Ur. The city of Ur, located on the Euphrates river side of the land between two rivers, which controlled 76 nearby villages and was enclosed within a 4-mile-long wall of brick. Then the Ur, the capital of ancient Sumer, was the city-state of Ur. Ur was also located on the Euphrates River to the south of Ur. The river trade kept the city well supplied with everything, including wealth. When the river changed its course, the city of Ur lost its wealth and its power. That's what we are always saying, riverbeds are birthplace of the civilization. How their script and writing system developed. Greatest contribution of Mesopotamia to Western civilization was the invention of the writing that allowed the transmission of knowledge, the codification of laws, records to facilitate trade and farming. Sumerians wrote on wet clay tablets with the point of reed, then dried in the sun to make a tablet. Scribes were only ones who could read and write and served as priests, record keepers, and accountants. As society evolved, the first form of writing was developed called cuneiform, meaning wedge shape, dating to 3500 BC. Cuneiform system of writing spread to Persia and Egypt and became the vehicle for the growth and spread of civilization and the exchange of ideas among cultures. Have you heard the name Gilgamesh? Gilgamesh is an ancient story or epic written in Mesopotamia more than 4,000 years ago. Once again, I repeat, Gilgamesh is an ancient story or epic written in Mesopotamia more than 4,000 years ago. Such a wonderful story which was mentioned in the epic Gilgamesh, which was first known work of great literature and epic poem. This epic mentions the great flood The literature Gilgamesh parallels the Nippur tablet. This tablet identified in the place called Nippur, a 6-columned tablet telling the story of the creation of the humans and the animals, the cities, and their rulers. So, in this literature, we can clearly understand the socio-economic, political, cultural setup of the Mesopotamian civilization. Literature is the mirror of the age. Literature minus imagination is history. So, when we are analyzing this, Gilgamesh and Nippur tablet both paralleled the story of Noah and the ark. I mean, the great flood in the Old Testament of the Jewish and the Christian holy books. Modern sciences argues an increase in the sea levels about 6,000 years ago, that is, end of Ice Age. The melting ice drained to the oceans, causing the sea level to rise more than 10 feet in 1 century. From 1922 to 1934, excavation of the ancient Sumerian city state of Ur was done. That city famed in Bible as the home of patriarch Abraham. Discoveries such as extravagant jewelry of gold, cups of gold and silver, bowls of alabaster, and the extraordinary object of art and culture opened the world eyes to the full glory of ancient Sumerian culture. In the excavation too, a mass grave, I mean the great death pit, was excavated. Mass grave containing the bodies of 6 gods and 68 servants. Grave was a great funeral procession. Drank poison, choosing to accompany kings and queens in the afterlife. Revolutionary innovations emerged in Mesopotamia, such as codified laws, ziggurats, cuneiform, irrigation, metalworking, tools, trade, transportation, wheel, writing, mathematics, prosperous living based on large scale agriculture. Excellent. Mesopotamia, specifically Babylon, used a mathematical system based on 60, as all their numbers were expressed as parts of or multiples of 60. Some parts of the base 60 system still remain today. 360 in a circle, 60 seconds in a minute, and 60 minutes in 1 hour. Devised calendar based on cycles of the moon. That is to mean number of days between the appearance of 2 new moons was set as a month. 12 cycles made up of a year. The Sumerian civilization influenced other civilization, notably that of Babylon to the north. Egypt was also influenced by the Sumerians. Upper Egypt would have been influenced through the sea routes from the Persian Gulf to the Red Sea. Lower Egypt could have had contact with the Sumerians by that same route or by way of the overland route along the coast of the eastern Mediterranean. The civilization of the Indus River Valley, that is to mean Harappa and Mohenjo-daro, may also have been influenced. The Sumerian civilization became known to the modern world as a result of references to Sumer in writings found through the investigation of the ruins of Babylon and related cities. These Babylonian references were to a civilization that was ancient even in Babylonian times. Sumerian mythology influenced ancient Greek civilization. So, such kind of wonderful civilization in the name of Fertile Crescent, the land between two rivers, fertile farmland, recorded in history. Cultural diffusion, the exchange of ideas, customs, goods between cultures were identified. In the trading system, they have exported, lacked many natural resources, traded for timber, stone, metals, etc. Form of writing that used sharp tools to make wedge-shaped symbols on clay tablets. Scribes had a high place in society. They also used pictograph. That pictograph later on became as cuneiform signs. With these basic backgrounds of socio-economic survey, script, and monument investigations, Mesopotamia served as one of the best, first, excellent urban civilization of the world, we can say. Why? Because there is also another one civilization which is called the gift of Nile, Egyptian civilization, which was very much influenced from Sumerian civilization. Are you hearing? Are you all hearing? Hello? Are you all hearing? Speak to me.
Yes, 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 sir. Yes, sir. Hearing, sir,
Okay.
hearing.
Okay. Do you have any doubt?
No, sir, no. Going excellent, sir. No, no doubt, sir.
Okay. I continue. Listen to me. Okay. So, such a wonderful civilization. They spoke same language, but geographically, they lacked many things. Little rainfall, hot and dry climate, windstorms, leaving muddy river valleys in winter, catastrophic flooding of the rivers in spring, arid soil containing little minerals, no stone or timber resources. With this geographical condition, this civilization has given to the world an excellent system of timing, calculation, etc. So simply, once again, I repeat you, revolutionary innovations emerged in Mesopotamia, such as codified laws. Because of these codified laws, later on in the Babylon, Hammurabi became one of the greatest ruler. He introduced Hammurabi Code of Laws. He composed a famous laws called Hammurabi Code. The code reinforced an eye for an eye. For example, one of the law, if anyone accuses another of murder but cannot prove it, then the accuser shall be put to death. Excellent. Then, if anyone steals anything from the temple or the court, he will be put to death, and also the one who has received the stolen goods will be put to death. Nearly, in short, hundreds of laws are there. This is called the Hammurabi Code of Law. First time he recorded this law. But before that, there is no recorded law. Rules and regulations are from mouth to mouth. But the first time, a small kingdom inherited by Hammurabi, who ruled during those 42 years, he extended the kingdom to encompass all of Sumer to the east and Akkad to the north. Still, we are following the written laws. For that, the man who was responsible for was Hammurabi. So, codified laws, ziggurats, uniform, irrigation, metalworking, tools, trade, transportation, wheel. Wheel is a round 360-degree. How they invented. This is a miraculous. In case if wheel is in square shape, it is not possible to move from one place to another place. They easily identified and invented the wheel 360-degree. Then writing system, mathematics. So though all the peoples lived in prosperous way of life and has given many things and they influenced another. It became modern world as a result of process to Sumer in writings found through the investigation of the ruins of Babylon and the related cities, Sumerian mythology, etc., etc. So with this, I stop here. I give time for doubts and questions. I repeat you, I remind you, misunderstand the Mesopotamian civilization. Okay? Mesopotamia, Sumeria, Akkadia, Babylonia, these are the different names are identified with Mesopotamia. Mesopotamia used to mean two rivers. Two rivers are Tigris and Euphrates. So in between these two rivers, this land is called Mesopotamia. Here, civilization, Akkadian civilization, Babylonian civilization, Assyrian civilization, I mean, four type of city-states that emerged has given different type of identification and their cultures. I mean, the southern part of Mesopotamia is called as Sumeria. Northern part of Mesopotamia is called as Akkadia. Both these regions, I mean, southern part and the northern part. In short, both Sumeria and Akkadia, these two regions unified and emerged as Babylonia. Okay, so later on, this Babylonian civilization was invaded by Assyrian emperors. Then this Babylonian civilization fell into the name of Assyrian civilization, and then the Assyria emerged as a powerful civilization. So you should understand very clearly. You can think yourself. I am telling Sumeria, Akkadia, Babylonia, Assyria, Mesopotamia. What is this civilization? This doubt may arise in your mind. That's what once again I repeat you. Mesopotamia used to mean nothing but it's the cradle of the civilization, earliest civilization, fertile crescent, the land between two rivers. It is the identification of the land. Upper the land is identified between two rivers, Tigris and the Euphrates. That is to mean the present day Iraq. Once upon it was called as Mesopotamia. In this area, the northern part, southern part, and both these two parts, Sumeria, Arcadia, Babylonia, and later on Assyria. So four civilizations are identified, and in this area, political setup, socio-economic life, monarchical system, priest, leaders, temple, gods, belief system, polytheism, etc., etc., and everything was there. Simply, we are saying this is Mesopotamian civilization, but we should go through very deeply and understand what it was. That's what once again I am repeating. Thank you. If you have any doubt, you raise. Can I go to next chapter?
Could you, sir, please explain the Macedonia once again, please?
What, sir?
Macedonia, sir. Macedonia once again, please.
Can I repeat once again?
Yes, sir. Once again, sir.
Okay, I tell you, sir. Mesopotamian civilization, which is called as cradle of
Yes, sir.
civilization, and also known as earliest civilization, and it is called fertile crescent. Okay, in Greek word, it is to mean, Mesopotamia is to mean in Greek word land between two rivers. That two rivers are Tigris, Euphrates. Okay, this area at present identified as modern Iraq. Once upon a time, it was called as Mesopotamia. It was lasted approximately 3,000 years. Its peoples were first to irrigate fields, system of writing, mathematics, invented the wheel, learned to work with metal. They built canals, walls, waterways, ditches, channels, dams to control the seasonal floods. To bring water to, they brought water to their fields. This way of watering, which is called as irrigation. Irrigation allowed the farmers to grow plenty of food and support large population. As far as geographical condition is concerned, this area has little rainfall, hot and dry climate, wind storms, leaving muddy river valleys in winter. Catastrophic flooding of the rivers in spring. Arid soil containing little minerals, no stone or timber resources. Even though it was over the centuries, different type of peoples lived in this area created collection of independent states. This was earlier I told just now, and that collection of independent states were called as Sumeria, Akkadia, Babylonia, Assyria. Sumeria is nothing but southern part of Mesopotamia. As I already told you, Mesopotamia is to mean nothing but land between two rivers. The name is identified only for that particular land between Tigris and Euphrates. The southern part of Mesopotamia is known as specially Sumeria. In this area, a civilization is as Sumerian civilization. The northern part of Mesopotamia called as Akkadia. In this area, a special type of civilization developed called as Akkadian civilization. Both Sumerian and the Akkadian civilization, which was unified between 650 BCE to 500 BCE, especially by the rulers, and gave their name, which is called as Babylonia. Here, the famous king Hammurabi became the powerful ruler and introduced the Hammurabi Code of Laws. Okay. Later on, the Assyrian conquerors, I mean the barbaric invasion in the name of Assyrian, they captured Babylonia and they established their capital city, which is called as Assyria. Here, a special type of civilization developed, which is called as Assyrian civilization. Okay, Sumeria, Akkadia, Babylonia, Assyria. So all these mingled into one the name common civilization, which is called as Mesopotamian civilization. Okay, so here the political setup was based on monarchical system. Cooperation was on the basis of the government. Position of the king was enhanced, supported by the religion. Religion is to me nothing but not any special type of religion. Polytheism. I mean, whatever they like, whatever they wish, that they worshipped. Kingship believed to be created by gods, and the king's power was divinely ordained. That's what I told you. Divine right theory of kingship. Divine right theory of kingship used to mean nothing but, first point, king was considered as the representative of God. If king says anything, that will become law. If anybody wants to oppose the king, it was considered as a profane activity. So this is the belief system. King was considered as the representative of God. Belief that God lived on the distant mountain tops. Each god had control of certain things, and each city was ruled by a different god. Kings and priests acted as interpreters as they told the people what the god wanted them to do. That is to mean by offering prayers, offerings to God. These are the system of belief system gradually developed. Polytheistic religion considering more than 3,600 gods and demigods identified. Some prominent important gods are Supreme God, God of air, God of fertility, Goddesses of life, God of heaven, God of water, God of underworld. Even now we are following in Hinduism. For each and every action, there is a God in Hinduism. For we want to study well means we are to pray Hayagriva. For we want to get good food means there is a goddess Annapurani. Like that, in the case the Mesopotamian civilization, they followed different types of gods. More than 3,600 gods and demigods were identified by the archaeologist. So these gods were well accommodated. These gods were well accommodated with temples, which was called as a ziggurats. Temples evolved to ziggurats, maximum a stack of 1 to 7 platforms, decreasing in size from bottom to top in a pyramidal shape. The famous ziggurat was Tower of Babel, over 100-meter above ground and 91-meter base. Mesopotamian civilizations, they were well settled in city-states called Ur, Urk, Lagash, Babylon, and Nineveh. They were developed on socio-economic intellectual basis. They irrigated field and produced three main crops in the field of agriculture: barley, dates, and sesame seeds. Agriculture, trade, commerce, by which they earned good source of income. They built canals, dikes, dams, drainage system, uniform writing, invented vision, farms, towns, cities well developed. They developed a trading system with bartering, mainly barley, but also wool and cloth for stone, metals, timber, copper, pearls, and ivory. Ancient Sumerian city-states grew rapidly. Soon there were hundreds of villages and towns developed, some with populations of only few hundred and some with populations of 30,000 or more. Cities become centers of the trade, learning, and religion and offered people more opportunities than life in the country. By the year 2500 BCE, total population in ancient Sumeria was more than half of the million people. About 4 out of 5 of those people lived in the cities, making Sumer the world's first urban culture. To protect themselves from the natural disasters and any other factors, small towns attached themselves to big cities. This created the system of city states. City states is nothing but communities that include a city and its nearby farmland. People in ancient Sumer worshipped the many gods. They spoke same languages within the city states itself. They freely sailed up and down the rivers trading system because already the perennial waters were there. Tigris and Euphrates, these two rivers were perennial water system. They made agreement with each other. When they are conducting business, they made agreement with each other. Each city had its own royal family and its own military. Because Sumerian city states grew gradually, they did not look like cities today. So we cannot aim today's cities and the Sumerian city states. We cannot match it because at that time the cities were different. Today the cities were different. Instead of grid of street, they built right angles. Sumerian city states had a narrow and winding street, each city protected by thick protective wall made of mud bricks. Typically, priest, king, merchant, craftsman, all they were lived in the city walls, within the city walls, because they are in social hierarchy, they occupied the higher position. Farmers to live outside the city walls, nearer to the river and their crops, because the agricultural land was out of the city. That's what the farmers were to live outside the city walls. Typical Sumerian city house consists of series of rooms built around the courtyard. The courtyard was usually covered with palm leaves placed over the wooden beams. The loose layering of palm leaves both helped the Sumerians to get sunlight and allowed the cooking smoke to escape. They also followed the idea of polytheism. They followed four main gods of thousands of lesser gods: goddess of sky, god of wind, god of foothills, god of fresh water, because they believed that God has created the world and ruled over it. Sumerian thought of their gods as rich landowners, that rich landowners who created the humans to work for them. Later on, when life became advanced, they faced many dangers, natural dangers from one side, like flood, drought, and other danger was from other civilization in the name of invasion. The people believed that gods could prevent these disasters. That's what they offered many things in the name of prayers. To protect the cities, people tried to please their gods. To do so, they turned to their priest who claimed to have special influence with the gods. Because of that claim, priests were accepted as leaders. Are you okay, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, fine. Thank you so much for your description on Macedonia.
If you have any doubt, please raise your questions.
Mm-hmm. No, sir. No doubt, sir.
If you want to still, I am to explain. That's what I simply told you. The achievements are excellent. Codified laws, ziggurats. Ziggurats means a steep tower temple in the shape of pyramid. Cuneiform system. Cuneiform system is the style of writing that they developed in the name of wedge shape, irrigation, metal working. They were the first people to work with metal because they invented tools. They conducted trade and barter system, transportation. They invented wheel, timing system, writing, mathematics. Mathematics means number 60. Some parts of base 60 systems still remain today. 360 degree in a circle and 60 seconds in a minute, 60 minutes in a hour. Even they are the first people to celebrate the festivals for gods and the goddesses. Both male and female gods were married themselves and they celebrated the 10-day festival. They were the first people to celebrate the temple festival. They devised the calendar based on cycles of the moons. There are endless number of inventions are identified with the Mesopotamian civilizations. So what is your name, sir? Fasla.
My name is Sir Praveen Kumar Basi. I'm living in Delhi, sir.
Where are you coming from, sir?
I'm Delhi, sir. I'm living in Delhi. Delhi, sir.
Living in Delhi. Because right from the beginning, only one voice is I am hearing. No anybody voice I am.
Okay, okay.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you for your
Okay,
questions
okay.
listening.
Thank you so much, sir, for encouragement and motivation, sir. I'm very happy to see you,
Okay,
sir, in your lectures and
my name is P.
excellent,
Sadish, assistant.
excellent.
My name is P. Sadish,
Yes, sir.
assistant professor in history, Kasturba
sir.
College for Women, Puducherry. If you want to
Yes,
give me
sir.
a
Yes,
feedback, please note it my email ID.
Thank. Yes, sir. Please, could you send me, sir? Yes, yes, yes. I want to note
Okay.
note on your email ID, sir.
Sadish73@gmail.com.
Please,
Okay.
please. What is, sir? My email ID is praveenbasin70, praveenbasin@gmail.com, sir.
Sadish,
Could
yes.
you send me on this?
Okay.
P Sadish. Okay. Sir, please once again
Sadish73
repeat
at
it, sir.
gmail.com. What's that?
Okay. 73@gmail.com. Okay, fine, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
SADISH.
It's very yes, sir. Yes, sir. It is great pleasure to me, sir. I have listened to your lecture and on history Macedonia topic, and coming times I'm listening more and more lectures on particular topic as per defined by you. So it is great learning
Okay. Can I
online
exit, sir?
platform, sir. Yes,
Okay.
sir. Yes. Yes, sir. Now this is over. The class is over now.
Okay, sir. 1 o'clock, my classes are over. From 1 to 2, Professor Vijarangam will come
Okay.
for the paper
Okay,
History of
sir.
India.
Nice meeting with you, sir. Okay, sir.
Thank you.
Nice meeting with
Can
you,
I
sir.
exit, sir?
I hope see you. Yes, sir. Yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Thank you so much. Sir, may I ask a question from you, sir? Regarding further, sir, filling of examination form.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Okay, shall we start the class now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Actually, today it is a fifth session, fifth paper, History of India up to 650 CE. To deal from Unit 1, Sources of Indian History. It includes literary sources, archaeological sources, epigraphic, numismatic, Greco-Roman textual sources. Topic is prehistoric period and Harappan culture. Harappan culture, it includes town planning, society, economy, belief system or a religious system. Now we can start one by one. The sources to study about, the sources to study or reconstruct the history of India from India up to 650 CE can be divided, can be classified into two: literary sources and archaeological sources. And literary sources can be divided into sacred and secular, or religious and non-religious literary sources. The literary sources, the religious literature or literary sources throws light on the socio-economic as well as cultural condition of the Indian society of ancient period up to 650 CE. The first thing, the religious literature, that well-known source you will already come across when you are in the school studies. Four Vedas. Four Vedas. Vedas means, a Ved means knowledge. The Vedas may be assigned to be 1500 to 500 CE. Rig Veda is the oldest Veda. It contains prayers, and Vedas or later Vedic texts, Sama Veda, Yajur Veda, Atharva Veda, comprises not only prayers but rituals, magic, the mythological stories. This is the first sacred or religious sources which will support to reconstruct the history of ancient India. Then followed by Upanishads, contains philosophical discussion of Atma and Paramatma. Then the most important sources, the religious sources or sacred sources, Mahabharata and Ramayana. That's also well known to you people. These are the two epics, great epics. Mahabharata is older in age, possibly reflect the state of affairs from 10th century BC to 4th century CE. Originally consists of 8,800 verses called Jaya Samgita. The final compilation brought verses to 1 lakh, which came to be known as Mahabharata or Satta Sagasti Samgita. It contains narrative and also descriptive, didactic material. So, the epic like Mahabharata, very useful source to know about our India's past, Brahman followed by another most important epic, Ramayana, originally consists of 12,000 verses, which were later raised to 24,000 verses. Epic also didactic portions, which were added later. Then Sutras, another one is Sutras, contains ritual literature. Actually, it is a ritual literature. It includes domestic rituals like birth, naming, marriage, and funeral, etc. Then Buddhist religious texts. Buddhist religious texts were written in Pali language. It is a common language of Buddhists. It is commonly known as Tripitakas or three baskets and so on. So Sutta Pitaka, Vinayaka Pitaka, Abhidhamma Pitaka, these texts have invaluable light on the social economic condition of the past, India's past. They also make references to political events and age of Buddha and his career. Then followed by Jaina or Jainism. It's also religious texts. One religious text, it is popularly called as Angas, were written in Prakrit language. So Buddhist religious texts written on Pali language, Jaina's religious texts written on Prakrit language, and contain philosophical concept of the Jainas. Jainas in the sense the follower of Jainism. They are called Tirthankaras. Contain many texts which help to reconstruct the political history of Uttar Pradesh and Bihar, the age of Mahavira. So now, the Buddhism and Jainism has spread like anything. Now it was slowly declining. Then secular followed by secular literature. Secular literature includes both indigenous sources and foreign accounts or foreign sources. Dharma Sastras is popularly called as law books. It was they lay down the duties for different varnas, plus duties for the kings and their officials. It is given in the Dharma Sastra, or sometimes it is popularly called as Manusastra. Then Artha Sastra, another, the secular book, the secular literature, the popular one, it was written by Kaudilya. He was popularly called as Chanakya. Reflected that Kaudilya's Arthasastra reflects the state of society and economy, the age of Mauryas or the Maurya dynasty. Literary works of Kalidasa, the works of great Kalidasa comprises of kavya and dramas. The most important being it is Abhinayana Saguntalam, a creative composition. They give insight into the light of social and cultural life of northern India and central India, the age of Buddhas. Then when we come across another most important book, popularly called as Rajatarangini, which was written by Kalgana, depicts the social and political life of Kashmir, 12th century Kashmir. Then Charitas are biographies written by court poet, administration of the Arsa Sardar, court Arsa Charita, written by Banapata, the king, the praise the king of Harshavardhana. Then Sangam literature. The early South Indian literature produced by poets who assembled together, it is popularly called a Sangam, provides valuable information about social, economic, and political life of the people living in deltoic Tamil Nadu. The Tamil literature contains literary gems such as Silabadigara, Manimegalai. These are some of the above secular sources. Secular sources, non-religious literary sources. Then foreign accounts. The indigenous literature can supplemented by the foreign accounts. First one, topmost one is the Greek ambassador Megasthenes, who wrote Indica, provide valuable information about Mauryan society and their administration. Then Peripulus of Erythraean Sea and Ptolemy's geography, both written Greek, give valuable information about port and commodities of trade between India and the Roman Empire. Pagya, the Chinese traveler, the Chinese Buddhist traveler, left a vivid account of the age of Guptas. Ivan Swain, a Buddhist pilgrimage, a traveler from China, visited India and gave details of India under the King Harshavardhana, the glory of Nalanda University. Nalanda University, age-old university, age-old university. Then, archaeological sources or non-literary sources, archaeological sources or non-literary sources. Under archaeological sources or non-literary sources, it contains coins. Ancient Indian currency was not issued in the form of paper, but as coins. The earliest found in India, few examples, punch-marked coins. The earliest coin, punch-marked coins, made up of silver and copper. But later coins mention the name of the kings, gods, dates, etc. Found indicate the regions of circulation. And also, Indo-Greek rulers came to India, northern Afghanistan, and ruled India 2nd century to 1st century BC. Coins throws the light on the economic history of different dynasties and also provide the input to the different parameters involved in the script, art, and religious of that time. Then, the study of coins is otherwise known as numismatics. Maybe in the examination, they will ask to write about, define, or write short note on numismatics. If they ask you to write short note on numismatic, you have to write some. The answer is what I told you is coins. Then archaeology or material remains. This science, archaeological science, deal with the digging of old mounds in a systematic manner and in successive layers enables to form a material life of the people called archaeology. The material remains recover the result of excavation and exploration, the various kinds of examination. The dates are fixed according to radio dating method. For example, the excavation belonging to the Harappan period, which help to know about the life of the people of who lived in that era. Megalithics, the graves in South India throw light on the people living in Deccan and South India before 300 BC. Before 300 BC. So history of climate and vegetation known through the examination of plant residues, especially through pollen analysis. This is what it is given in the history, archaeological, or material remains. Then inscriptions or prasastis or epigraphy, which usually record some achievements, the ideas, royal orders, and discussion help in understanding the different religions, administrative policy of the rulers, the kings. For example, inscription detailing the state policy issued by the Emperor Ashoka and inscription recording the land grant by Sadhavaganas and the king of the Deccans likewise. These are some of the sources, that means archaeological sources or non-literary sources. Almost these sources, literary and non-literary sources, which helped the Indian historians, Indian scholars, the history student to know and reconstruct the history of India. So now we are going to pass to the next subject. Prehistoric period. Prehistoric. The history can be studied, ancient history can be studied under two divisions. One is prehistory, another one is protohistory. Prehistory means represented by the three stone ages, and protohistory that means refer to the period between prehistory and the history and the history. The middle it is popularly called as protohistory. Prehistory periods in India, according to it was classified or based on tools they used, from time to time. The ancient period can be divided into different bits according to the tools used by the people then. The first one is Paleolithic period or Old Stone Age. Paleolithic period, otherwise called as Old Stone Age, from 5 lakhs to 10,000 BC. Mesolithic period, second one is Mesolithic period, second division is Mesolithic period or Late Stone Age. the period from 10,000 BC to 6,000 BC. Then for third division, Neolithic period and New Stone Age, 600 BC to 1000 BC. Then fourth division of the Stone Age period is Chalcolithic period. That is also given in your syllabus. 3000 BC to 500 BC. Then fifth division of the Stone Age, Iron Age 1500 to 2200 BC. This is the division, actually division. That means it was divided by the historian, the archaeologist, and the eminent personality in history or eminent scholars. Now we can discuss Stone Age or Paleolithic Age. Stone Age or Paleolithic period. The Stone Age is a prehistoric period before the development of script. Stone Age means before the development of script. Therefore, the main source of information for this period is archaeological digging, archaeological excavation. The first archaeological excavation or digging is done by an archaeologist, European archaeologist popularly called as Robert Bruce Botte, discovered the first Paleolithic tool in India that is popularly called as Pallavaram hand axe. Pallavaram hand axe. The southern part of India. And the basis of geological age, a type of type and technology of stone tools, subsistence base. The Indian Stone Age classified primarily into three types. The age divided Indian Stone Age and Neolithic Age. Paleolithic means you come across many times when you are studying school. Paleolithic derived from Greek word paleo. Greek word paleo, which means old. Lithic means stone. Therefore, the term Paleolithic age refers to Old Stone Age. Old Stone Age or Paleolithic culture of India developed in the Palestine period or Ice Age. Stage of Paleolithic age. How can you identify differently Paleolithic age? The Indian people believed to have belongs to the age of Negrito race. Paleolithic period, the Indian people believed to have belonged to Negrito race, lived in open air, river valleys, caves, and rock shelters. Through this, we can identify the Paleolithic period. They were food gatherers. They ate wild fruits, vegetables, lived on hunting. No knowledge of house. Paleolithic people had no knowledge of house, no knowledge of bartering, no knowledge of agriculture. Later stages, they discovered fire. Upper Paleolithic age, evidence of art in the form of painting. The human used unpolished rough stones like hand axes. The Paleolithic men are called quartzite man in India because the tools made of hard rock called quartzite. Then Old Stone Age, Paleolithic India divided into three phases according to the mature stone tools used by the people. Lower Paleolithic age, Middle Paleolithic age, and Upper Paleolithic age. The Lower Paleolithic age has really called Early Paleolithic age. It covers the greater part of the Ice Age. They are probably hunters and gatherers. The earliest Paleolithic site in Bori, Maharashtra. Bori, Maharashtra. That's the best example. Limestone also used to make tools. The Paleolithic period. The major sites, the Lower Paleolithic age, Son Valley. At present, it is in Pakistan. Son Valley, it is at present in Pakistan. Then Lower Paleolithic age in Kashmir, Saurashtra, Gujarat, Chotanagpur, and Valley Valley. Then come across Middle Paleolithic. Middle Paleolithic, they used plates, blades, pointers, scrapers, and forers. That means the use of hand axes with respect to the tools. The most important Paleolithic age site found in Balan Valley in UP, P Valley in Rajasthan, Sun and Narmada rivers, and Trimketa. Most important one is Trimketa. Upper Paleolithic age, according to the decision now, Upper Paleolithic age, it is probably the Ice Age, the emergence of Homo sapiens. Upper Paleolithic age is actually that is the emergence of Homo sapiens. They are called the Indian race. This marked the innovation of tools and technology. That's why lot of bone tools, including needles, harpoons, parallel-sided blades, fishing tools, etc. The major sites of Upper Paleolithic period, Pimketa. Pimketa, it is south of Bhopal, that means south of Bhopal, Palan Valley, Sun Valley, Chota Nagpur, Orissa, etc. Okay, the Mesolithic period, according to the major division, Mesolithic period or Middle Stone Age. Mesolithic period derived from the Greek word meso means meso and lithic. Meso means middle, lithic means stones, again Mesolithic Stone Age. Prehistory, also known as Middle Stone Age. Mesolithic age is pre-Stone Age. But both Mesolithic and Neolithic phases belong to the Holocene era. In this era, there was a rise in temperature, climate became warm, resulted in melting of ice, and also broad changes in the flora and fauna. Then what are the characteristics to identify the Mesolithic period? In the sense, the people age lived in this is lived on hunting, fishing, food gathering initially, but later agriculture. Later, domesticated animals and cultivated plants by paving way for agriculture. Actually, the Mesolithic age is the starting of agriculture. The first animal to be domesticated was the wild ancestors of dog, sheep. The goats were the most common domesticated animal. The Mesolithic people lived in semi-permanent settlement along with occupying caves and open grounds. Mesolithic people, semi-permanent settlement. That means they are entirely differ from the Paleolithic people. And also life after death, hence they were buried dead, the food items and other goods. They believed in life after death, hence they buried the dead with the food items and other goods. Lithic, microlithic. Micro in the sense it's a minute. The miniature of stone tools, usually made up of cryptocrystalline silica, stone, jet, both of geometrical and non-geometrical shapes. They are not only used as tools, but were also used to make composite tools like spades, arrowheads, sickles, after opting them on. So, entirely, it is one of the developed civilization, Mesolithic periods. They used microlithics, the minute wooden and bone tools also they used. They enabled the microlithic man and smaller animals and birds. Smaller animals and birds. The microlithic man started wear cloth made up of animal skin. So Mesolithic people were art lovers, initiated art. Then paintings, mostly wild animals and hunting scenes, dancing and food collection were also depicted in the paintings in the caves. The rock paintings give an idea about the development of religious practices and reflected in the division of labor, way of life, their culture, the first human colonization of the Ganga plains happened during this period. Importance of Mesolithic period. The important sites of Mesolithic Bogar in Rajasthan. There were about 150 microlithic rock sites across India. A rich concentration of central India, such as Vimkeda Caves, Madhya Pradesh. Then Langnach in Gujarat, Bigarpur in West Bengal, also most important Mesolithic sites. Of wild animals, rhinoceros, been excavated from the place called Langnach. Several human skeletons, large number of microliths have been recovered from this area. Then come to the next stage of the civilization, Neolithic period or New Stone Age. This is popularly called as transformation period, the history of India as well as history of the world, because in the sense from hunting and gathering to the production. Change over to agriculture. The term Neolithic derived from Greek word neo means new, lithic means so. Neolithic are used to mean the man's social and economic life. The Neolithic man ages are the man turning into food producers from food gatherers. important tools. The microlithic age and its addition to made the polished stones. Then Neolithic age cultivated land and grew fruits and corns, ragi, the horse gram. They domesticated cattle, sheep, and goats. Then barter. With the advent of agriculture, people also required store for store their food grains as well as to cook, etc. That is why they said the battery appeared in this space large scale. The battery of this period was classified. It was classified into graver, black furnished, and matte impressed ware, etc. In this initial stage, Neolithic age, handmade battery was, but later on, foot wheels were used to make pots. Then, Neolithic periods were how it's discussed tools and weapons, agriculture, bartering, and hunting, hunting and settled life. See, the people of Neolithic age lived in a rectangular or circular houses, which were made of mud, reeds. A Neolithic man also knew make a boat, and cotton, wool, and weave cloths. Then people of the Neolithic age led a more settled life and paved the way for the beginning of civilization, new civilization that is popularly called as Neolithic civilization. The Neolithic people did not live far away from the hilly areas. They inhabited mainly the hilly river valleys, rock shelters, and the slopes of the hills. Weapons and tools made up of stone. Important sites: Goldivara and Magagara, lying south of Allahabad. Kargar, Balochistan, now it is in Pakistan. Korsagam in Kashmir. These are some of the. Then Chalcolithic age. It is a copper age. Chalcolithic age, otherwise known as stone copper age. The Chalcolithic age marked the emergence of the use of metal along with the stone. Preferably, the first metal to be used was copper. The Chalcolithic age largely applied to the free Harappan fields. Appears end of the Bronze Harappan culture. What are the characteristics? The agriculture and cattle rearing was the main occupation. The people living in this stone copper age domesticated animals, cultivated food grains, domesticated cows, sheep, goat, deer, hunted deer. Even they produced several pulses like lentil, that is mazoor, black gram, green gram, raspberry. Cotton was produced in the black cotton soil, the Deccan. Even the cultivated ragi, bajara, several millets were cultivated in the lower part. Democracy battery of the calculated period. The people of stone copper fields used different types of battery. One of it was black and red battery seems to be widely prevalent in the era are widely prevalent in this state. But rural settlement, the living in the colony erected by rural settlement were not acquainted with boundaries. This art and craft, they were well versed, that means they produced some art and craft. But coppersmith, know the art of copper smelting, they knew spinning and weaving, manufacturing cloth. However, they did not know the art of writing. The Chalcolithic people did not know the art of writing. So, in Malwa and Rajasthan, the stylized bull terracottas show that bull served as a religious cult during this period. Infant mortality high among the Chalcolithic period. Infant mortality high among the Chalcolithic period as the evident from the burial of the large number of children in the West Maharashtra. So, they were well versed in art of jewelry. Chalcolithic people point out ornaments and decoration. The woman wore ornament of shell, bone, carried finely worked combs, their hair, manufactured beads and semi-precious stones like statite and quartzite crystal. The important sites of the Chalcolithic period, Agar, Bana Valley, Gilund, Bana Valley, then Malwa and Madhya Pradesh, and Kayatha culture, Kayatha and Madhya Pradesh, Jiran, Senu, Sonapur in Bihar, Murshidabad, in West Bengal, etc. So, sites of chalcolithical sites, the priests are made of end with iron and with iron. That is the starting of the new culture, a new civilization, popularly called as Indus Valley civilization. Or, luckily, or it is given as Harappan culture. Harappan culture, otherwise known as Indus Valley civilization. That we can discuss one by one. The first urban civilization, Harappan civilization, is one of the first urban civilizations in South Asia and in the world. The contemporaneous with the civilization of Mesopotamia and Egypt civilization. That means they are contemporary of Mesopotamian civilization and the Egyptian civilization. So, the Harappan civilization occupied the vast areas about 8,000 square kilometers. Totally, Harappan civilization covers the area of 8,000 square kilometers. The earliest historians called as this civilization Indus Valley civilization. But since then, the major settlement have been excavated in Kakar Hagra belt spread beyond the Indus region called Harappa. That is why the first archaeological site to be discovered, therefore gives the name to the entire civilization as Harappan civilization. So, the part of the proto-history of India, Harappan civilization is a part of the proto-history of India, belongs to the Bronze Age. It is older than Chalcolithic civilization. It is older than Chalcolithic civilization. Harappan civilization, its classification. Harappan civilization itself divided, it classified into early or pre-Harappan phase, or mature Harappan phase, or later Harappan phase. The period from 3200 to 2600 BC, second one 2600 1900 CE. Again, in each and every book, C dot that year was given. C dot means circa. C dot means circa. Circa means approximately. We cannot say this 3200 is accurate. It is approximate one. That is why each and every before the number it is given C point. That is circa. You can refer the book in some other books what you are using. In this, the most important one is you are going to concentrate on town planning of Harappan civilization. Town planning of our Harappan civilization is known as Harappan urban outlook. The entire Harappan civilization looks like urban outlook because it is sophisticated, the sense of civic planning, the sophisticated planning, the organization planning. Harappan civilization divided into two parts. Part one is citadel and a raised part. Second part two is lower part. Part one as a citadel occupies the smallest area, which is situated in the west of the city. Smallest area situated in the west of the city. The rulers of the city lived here and contained public buildings, consist of public buildings and granaries and important workshops. Then lower part I said, a common citizen lived. The living place of common citizens carried on their professional lives or professional duties. Why it is called urban city or urban civilization? This is the city plannings, depending upon city planning. They followed a grid system, grid pattern or grid system. The streets are ran from north to north and cut at right angles. The modern, what we are following today, distinguish the aspect of Harappan civilization. The streets are wide. Main streets are being 10 meters wide. Main streets are being 10 meters wide. During rectangle and square block. The town into rectangular square. There were in the intervals, lamp post at the intervals. What we are following today, the modern history. They used burned bricks, good quality, a system. The trains were almost made up of mortar, lime, gypsum, and covered with large brick of slabs for easy cleaning. Easy cleaning. Houses were often two or more stories, varied in their size but quite monotonous. No windows faced the street. Had tilted bathrooms. Tilted bathrooms. Some houses had their own wells. Then society of Harappan civilization. Society was urban society. I said earlier, mostly middle class people, houses were excavated, such as at least there are distinct social groups, such as at least distinct groups ruled rich merchants and poor laborers. Poor laborers who lived in the lower part of the city, but ruled and the rich merchants lived in the smaller part of the city, popularly called as the urban, and the upper part of the city. Still no clear among the historians or scholars the nature of inheritance in Harappan society. So, the other characteristic feature of Harappan societies, expert in the use of waters, were poor in artistic works of stone, but were expert in pottersware, but poor in artistic work of stone. Then primarily a red block pottery designed with trees and circles. Then some of these pots were used for storing grain and water. Storing grain and water. Some preparator pots were probably used for fermented alcoholic beverages. Brewing fermented alcoholic beverages. But they also, it is also given in the book, it is also mentioned in the books what I refer. Terracotta had been found at many sites, including the figurines of animals such as bulls, buffaloes, dogs, monkeys, toy cars, and humans. Terracotta bangles also been found. The important note that more female figurines have been uncovered in comparison to the male figurines. So Harappan science are refined art of bead making also, refined in the art of bead making. Jewelry excavated in gold and silver, including necklaces, they bracelets, pendants, earrings, and ropes. At Alachin, Alachin, near Karachi, lot of necklaces of gold and silver and semi-precious stones have been found. Copper, bronze, and silver gold were metals also known to the known to the Arabians. Arabians know that means copper, silver, and semi-precious stones. Copper, bronze, silver, gold also known to them. But iron was not known to the Arabian civilization, Arabian people. Arabians got good at metallurgy, producing alloys. Arabian people wore garments of cotton, not only garments of cotton, they realized non-vegetarian food, fish eating was common. Fish eating was common. Even milk and the curd was also consumed. Arabian societies of Sindh and Punjab, wheat and barley was consumed, and industrial script was pictographic and logosyllabic. Each word, each word stood for a word or syllable. Harappan writing was over on or right to left and left to right in alternative lines. Harappan script has not yet deciphered so far. Economy of Harappans have delivered from it establishing trade relation with the contemporaries of Mesopotamia and Persian civilization. The key aspect of the Harappan trade network and economy was as follows. Carried out internal and external trade. No metallic money in circulation. So barter. The conductor barter trade. Internal transfer primarily employed by Pulakkad. Harappan seals have been found in Mesopotamia, like Susa and Wood. Niffer seal has been found wearing Harappan script and dance. Persian Gulf and Bahrain also yielded Harappan seals. Mohenjo-daro of Mesopotamia have been found. Lothar button seal has been found. Tangudaro and Lothar bead making factories the item of export. Remarkable aspect of Harappan civilization, the standardization and accuracy, the conduct of weight and measures. They followed weight and measures. The binary system for lower denomination 1, 2, 8, 16, 32, and 64, and then decimal multiple system 160 like 160, 640, 3200, and so on. It's made up of chet, limestone, and statite, and cubical in shape. Then shell scale have been found at Mohenjo-daro. The shell objects probably used to measure angles found in Saurashtra. Ivory scale has been discovered in Lothar. Then religion. Harappan civilization is considered as secular society, as not a single structure and qualifying as temple has been found. Sacred ritual spot included Great Bath at idolatry was practiced. Urban people generally worship mother goddesses, Pasupati, Magadeva, or Lingam was also worshipped. Lingam, Palus, or Yoni worship, the cult of fertility, people tree, they worshipped the people tree, they worshipped humbled bull, worshipped birds, dove and pigeon, and also one-eyed unicorn, popularly called as rhinoceros. Then key influences about Harappan religious practice are fire altars. Fire altars found in Kalibangan and Ladakh. Also, they follow three methods of burial. Three methods of burial. Three methods of burial. One is complete burial, fractional burial, cremation followed by burial, and these ashes. Harappan coffin containing bodies have been found. Kalibangan small circular bits containing large urns and water have been found. At Lothar, pair of female and male skeletons have been found and discovered. Third is were placed in a north-south directions were generally accomplished by objects including food, battery, and tools. The seal of Pasupati Magadeva is surrounded by seal of Pasupati Magadeva, surrounded by elephant, tiger, shrine, buffalo, and deer. Thank you. Shall we wind up the class now?
Yes, sir.
Yes. If you have any doubt, you can ask me the next day. Next day in the sense the last hour, tomorrow's last hour. Is it okay?
No, sir. Yes, sir. No doubt, sir.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.